down to the winner's circle so we can test the new camera view.
Oh no. Probably a good thing.
gets any bigger, you lose the extra.
Oh, okay.
So, it's one of the downsides of having a wheel from where we are.
And there's a spot on the Facebook that directs them to YouTube, right?
Usually,
Yeah, because a lot of people are still thinking Facebook, but no charge. You can't beat free. You can't beat free. Oh, I brought some of these from home in case, because I knew the other ones would be full.
I put fresh ones in there.
Did you?
I did.
Well, great minds think alike, man. Did you bring those from home?
No, sorry. In the box down here.
Are they no name?
Curacao.
Oh, good. I got a dinner time. Some of those no name ones. Get one you get through one night.
Red nose, right?
Because they don't, they just, they just don't, it's like all the stuff, the no-name stuff in the dollar store. Some of the stuff's okay, right, if you need pencils or paper, but if you need something important, no, you don't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know. How hard is it? I mean, it is.
Have you checked volume levels, James? Huh? Well, Rays fans. Well, Rays fans.
Well, race fans, it looks like we are set to go here for qualifying time trials for the dwarf cars. To kick off day number 1 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Sr. Open Wheel Classic Dwarf Cars this afternoon. Vintage racers and midgets tonight. We say hi to all of you here in attendance live and those watching on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. And if you are scoring at home with us, and we know some of you are, the track record here set by Rick Taylor in 2010 is a 14.263. 14.263. Again, keep in mind, hot conditions, daytime racing, not normally conducive to track record times, but hey, you never know. On the track now, one of the first-time visitors to the Agassiz Speedway here this weekend. Again, another member of the Island Dwarf Car Club out of Nanaimo. This is Brandon Mason. Brandon Mason out of in the 11 car. Second year in the dwarf cars. Former motocross champion over on the island. But this is his first venture into the racing with 4 wheels. Brandon Mason out of Nanaimo. His first lap at Agassiz is a 15.735. 15.735. And second lap will be better at a 15.655. Up next, the 28, the former president of the Island Dwarf Car Club, finished second in points last year. Racing here for the second time out of Chemainus, Dave Wright. Dave Wright. The 39-year-old from Chemainus. Second-time visitor behind the wheel. See what he can do on his first lap. Dave Wright will be second quick at a 14.703. Can he take fast time? Yes, he does. Dave Wright, quickest so far at a 14.600. For the guy they call Nugget, Dave Wright. out of Chemainus. We have a whole host of drivers from the Island Dwarf Car Club, a bunch from the Okanagan Dwarf Car Association, and a couple of local guys as well in the mix here this weekend. We also know there are 3 additional cars that could not be here tonight that will be joining us tomorrow. On this, just the second Friday race in the 50th year of Agassiz Speedway. That's right, we did it here for the first time last year on a Friday, just the second Friday race ever in Agassiz Speedway history. Car number 16 racing here for the second time, third in Island points last year on a beautiful Black Creek, British Columbia. It's Dan Scott. Dan Scott, first lap is third quick at a 14.892. And the second lap better at a 14.755. That is third behind Wright and Brooks. Dan Scott, the 16 car out of Black Creek. That's about halfway between Courtney and Campbell River. Here's one of the guys to beat here this weekend. He is the 2-time and defending Island Dwarf Car champion, racing here for the second time in his career. Another Chemainus driver. This is Brad Struck. Brad Struck in the 52 car out of Chemainus. As we said, the 2-time and defending Island Dwarf Car champion. So that means a lot of wins for this gentleman at Western Speedway in Victoria and Saratoga Speedway up Island. Can he take fast time from Dave Wright? Not on the first lap, but it's very close. At a 14.605, 14.605, 5 1/1000ths off Wright's fast time. Can he do it on the second lap? Yes, he does. Quick time so far this afternoon for Struck at a 14.547. So quick time so far for Struck. We bring to you now the current Agassiz Speedway Dwarf Car track record holder. So he said he set the mark 10 years ago, back in 2010. And a former winner here as well, out of Penticton. This is Quick Rick Taylor. Rick Taylor, the former American-Canadian Dwarf Car champ and a former Okanagan Dwarf Car champion as well. 63 years young. Rick Taylor out of Penticton. Of course, he's a Penticton V's supporter. Can he take fast time from Struck? Yes, he just did by 0.3 of a second. Quick Rick living up to his name at a 14.270. And so close to his track record. Can he set the track record on the second? Yes! Oh no, sorry, not quite. A 14.3, 14.351. Rick Taylor, fast time at a 14.351. So his first lap was actually quicker at a 14.270, so close to his track record of 14.263. Wow. In these hot conditions, Rick Taylor, so close by 1/100th of a second. Up next, the number 47 car is one of the local drivers from Surrey, Daryl Hyland. Daryl Hyland out of Surrey in the 47, racing here for the second time. That'll be a 15.467 first lap for Daryl. 15.467. And the second go round is better. 15.164. Here's another one of the quick guys that we will be watching. Out of Victoria, this is Mike Ruddy. Mike Ruddy, R-U-T-T-Y, if you're scoring at home. Racing here for the second time, third year in the dwarf cars. He's also raced stock cars and sprint cars with Will Rock on the island. Picked up the win in Penticton a couple of months ago. Mike Ruddy in that good-looking, fast 18 car from Victoria. And again, he will be one of the guys to watch this weekend. See what he can do on his first lap. That'll be fast time, and again, so close to the track record. 14:272, second quick. Oh boy, this is very close. Can he do it on the second lap? New track record for the dwarf cars at a 14:164. Mike Ruddy just broke Rick Taylor's 10-year-old Agassiz track record at a 14:164. Congratulations to Mike. And as I say, under these hot daytime conditions, that is a pleasant surprise. Up next, the number 51 car out of Kelowna, Scott Drake. Scott Drake out of Kelowna, racing here for just the second time and hasn't raced much at all for the last couple of years. And first lap is a 14:592. That is fourth fastest. And second lap will be a 14:623. Well, this guy might have something to say about the track record as well. He is a two-time winner here, including winning this race on the Friday night 1 year ago. Originally from England, now living in Kelowna, Richard Brewer. Richard Brewer out of Kelowna. Many-time winner in the Okanagan at the old Sun Valley Speedway in Vernon and Penticton. Richard Brewer. See what he can do. You know he'll be near the top of the charts. First lap is a 14:625, 14:625. His dad, a former dwarf car and vintage racer as well. Second lap, a little slower to 14:708. Richard a little bit off of his normal pace. Well, this young man on the track now in the number 19 car. He's racing here for the first time, but I'll tell you right now, he will be a threat for fast time. He will be a threat to win. As a former two-time Island Dwarf Car champion and a three-time Saratoga Speedway Bomber champion from Campbell River, this is Stuart Lee. Stuart Lee out of Campbell River, the beautiful resort community. Racing at Agassiz Speedway for the first time. See what he can do on his first lap. That is a 14:289. 14:289. And the second lap will be 14:224, second quick. For Lee, 14:224, racing here for the first time, second fastest. As we said, this is a pleasant surprise, these qualifying times. under these hot conditions. On the track now, it's the number 9 car. Another visitor from Vancouver Island. Calls Nanaimo home. Of course, he's a big Clippers fan. It's Tyler Peters. Tyler Peters out of Nanaimo. A second-time visitor here. He's also a Nanaimo Timberman fan as well, for you lacrosse fans. And we say hi to all of our great friends on Vancouver Island that couldn't be with us here today. We know we've got a couple of guys that couldn't be with us here today that will be here tomorrow. The father and son team of Thomas and John Meisner. First lap for Peters is a 15.968. Second lap better at a 15.697. So that should do it for qualifying. 13 cars here today. We should have 16 tomorrow. And we have ourselves, race fans, a new Agassiz Speedway track record for dwarf cars, breaking the 10-year-old mark that Rick Taylor set back in 2010. The young man in the number 18 car racing here for just the second time. Fast time at a new track record at a 14.164. How about it for Victoria's Mike Ruddy? Mike Ruddy, fast time in the 18 and the new track record. Stuart Lee racing here for the first time in the number 19 car, second quick at a 14.224, also eclipsing the old track record. And the former track record holder, Quick Rick Taylor, third fastest at a 14.270, just shy of his former mark. So history made in time trials already here this weekend. In our first of 2 sessions today, and of course we'll have two more tomorrow, and already a Agassiz Speedway track record has been set, and congratulations to Mike Ruddy. So qualifying complete, which means drivers meeting will be coming up in a matter of moments before our opening ceremonies. And race action here this afternoon. Again, just the second Friday race in the 50-year history of Agassiz Speedway. We did it here for the first time last year on the Friday. And last year was our first 2-day show here in over a decade. So we're glad to be doing that again here in 2020.
I'm overheating, I'm turning it off.
So dwarf cars today, vintage racers, and midgets later on tonight. We'll be qualifying around 7 o'clock, racing at 7:30 for those of you tuning in on YouTube. They're trying to make your evening plans. And what should be a tremendous weekend, and this is the 4th annual Fred Rannard Sr. Open Wheel Classic. Of course, my brother and myself, his father's memorial race, and we are just so thankful that we could make it happen this year with the help of everybody from Agassiz Speedway, everyone from the dwarf cars, and Dave Wright and Mike Ruddy for helping round up all these cars, and the guys from the Okanagan bringing their great group of drivers down here with us. The vintage racers, gosh, we thank Tyson Cross and Dean Warmerdam and everyone for rounded up cars with those guys. And, of course, the West Coast Focus midgets, Brian and Troy Globe, and everyone doing their part to make sure we got a field of cars for competition. Obviously, things are not just different, but a whole lot different in 2020 all around the sporting world and non-sporting world for that matter. But you know what? Like I said in the press release a few weeks ago, if for no other reason, to have this event take place this year, at least people didn't have to read about another big event being canceled or postponed. So we're going to take a break in the action. As we said, drivers meeting coming right up. And we
Let's double check and maybe we can make sure the lineup is done correctly before I bring it down.
Yeah, they're all good with it. I talked to them. Yeah.
Oh, that's what we were just trying to figure out.
Yeah, they're all good with it.
Okay. Fred said he already took care of it, so we'll do that on our end. Okay. All right, so any heats? Heat 1, 2. So we're going to convert the first round. So
Just like we usually do.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so let's do heat 1. Let's start with
And that's fast cars at the back, like we usually do.
number 3. Now we're going to go straight up. 2C. 47. 7. 11. 9. And then 4. And then fast. 21. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I think I did it backwards.
Yeah, fastest to slowest again.
Yeah. So we did fastest. Okay, well, you know what? We just do straight up first time round, doesn't matter. That's how we go. 21. Yeah. Fastest to slowest. So now we're going to go the other way.
The other way on that one, and then 18, 19.
No, 18, 19.
There we go, okay.
18, 19. 21. And what actually make it easier to do is the second time round, they already know the structure.
Yeah.
Go straight up and we'll. Yep. If you bring coffee, I'll get it in for you today overnight. You're doing good, Karen.
Yeah, well, the computer didn't do this thing.
Yeah, it's weird, huh? Weird. Sometimes it sorts them automatically fastest to slowest. And then
Quite the operation. I like it. The worst part is over with.
Yeah, but look what it's doing here.
check 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2. Wireless mic check.
well, new track record under these hot conditions, they have to get no. Oh no, not for you. Not for you. You bet it does. Yeah, so new track record in this hot weather. For a guy that's only been here.
John's got it.
For a guy that's only been here one time before, his second time here. I didn't expect that in the hot weather.
Yeah, so let's see what another guy is doing. I just do that too.
Madison. Now you were born down there.
No, I was born in England.
Oh boy, so we have to tell the story now. So tell us the story.
I'm Warsaw.
Okay.
I was in two.
With American
My
parents.
dad was there. My dad was there. My mom.
So where's you from? So how'd you end up in Marysville?
Oh, that's another story.
So where were you raised? Where were you raised?
South end of Vancouver.
So how'd you end up in Marysville? You married an American lady.
I did so.
Okay.
Her family was from Everett, but I knew her dad from Everett.
Through racing?
No.
Nothing to do with
We
racing?
used to work in the church
Okay.
in Vancouver. And so we moved Blaine to be halfway between our families. And then eventually we moved to Everett. That's where my job is.
I remember when you raced at Langley, you were from Blaine? Because Dad, and I would help him with the story, for racing wheels, from Blaine, Washington.
And then I was racing from Blaine at Rome.
Yes.
I took my old 90 car down there, an old Chevelle chassis from Nova.
Yes.
Ran with all the bench guys up in Rome. Gretzky, Daggett, all those guys
Yeah.
up there with the racing cars.
Right.
I finished 19th place. First time there was a little Chevelle chassis.
Hey James, so we don't have too many people tuning in just yet, huh?
No, like 10.
So I didn't miss out on any comments?
It's a Friday after.
I didn't miss out on any comments earlier? Good.
That's it.
But like I say, I know there's going to be a You wear one?
Yeah, well, I have to.
Yeah, certain places.
Yeah, but the much more shower.
All right, race fans, first of 4 heat races for the dwarf cars. Two rounds of competition. The first 2 heat races fully inverted, the way we usually do it, according to qualifying time. The second 2 will be straight up. Here is your starting lineup for heat race number 1, the first competitive event of this, the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. The number 9 car out of Nanaimo is Tyler Peters. Car number 11, also from Nanaimo, that's Brandon Mason. The number 7 out of Langley, Elliot Klug. The number 47 from Surrey, that's Daryl Highland. Car number 16 from beautiful Black Creek is Dan Scott. And the 2C, the winner here last year on the Friday night, and a 2-time winner here at Agassiz from Kelowna, Richard Brewer. Pitter patter, let's get at her, and right off the bat, problems as Klug in the 7 and the 9 of Peters get together with Peters going around. And we are under caution. So, as often happens through the years, Ross Edwards. Hello, Ross. After all the pomp and a little bit of pageantry and all the build-up, we got to spin in a yellow flag. Just like the opening face-off, Stanley Cup Finals, huh? And we are underway, and right off the bat, we're in on the offside for a stoppage after 5 seconds, or an icing. Anyway, so glad you could all join us, either live in person or online at the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. Remember, if you're telling any friends or relatives, remember it is YouTube as opposed to Facebook. A little bit clearer on YouTube than Facebook. And a big thank you to all of our great sponsors here this weekend. Of course, Brian's Auto Glass in Abbotsford, our title sponsor again this year. Leslie McKellar tuned in up in Peachland. Leslie, thank you for your generous donation. Paul Tron at Tron Fabrication in Langley. The Willison family, Harding Motorsport Supply, Speed Mart, Joe's Racing Products, Sean Holbert, Patty Bennett, Chris Timer, and Vancouver Giants Hockey, all supporting this great event. We'll try it again, single file this time. Tyler Peters leads the field back to green. So it's Nanaimo leading Langley and Klug. As we complete lap number 1 of 10. Oh, Peters with a problem. Peters to the pit area while leading. So Klug inherits the number 1 spot in the number 7 car. Dan Scott looks to his inside, a little pass in the grass. Through 1 and 2, lead change. Dan Scott, your new leader, and he'll take Brewer with him. Brewer into the runner-up spot. Didn't get his normal good qualifying time, so that's why he's in Heat 1 instead of Heat 2. So it's Vancouver Island versus the Okanagan up front in this one. Scott leading over. And we are halfway home. 5 down and 5 to go. And Richard Brewer to the inside takes the lead. Richard Brewer, originally out of the New Forest, England, not living in Kelowna, is your new leader. And remember, he was the winner here 1 year ago on the Friday night. Scott still running second. They've got a full straightaway lead over what is a good race for third between Klug, Highland, and the first-time visitor, Brandon Mason. As we look to complete lap number 8 of 10, as they cross the stripe, 2 laps to go. Here they come, and here comes the white flag one more time around. He's got it on cruise control as he heads down the back straightaway for the final time. As cool as the air conditioning in the Save-On Foods in Chilliwack today. It was a little chilly in there. Richard Brewer, your winner. Dan Scott second. Highland, Klug, and Mason. So your winner, a former 2-time main event winner here in years gone by, including this Friday night main event 1 year ago, originally from the New Forest, England, a couple of hours south of London, now living in Kelowna. How about it for your winner, Richard Brewer? Brewer wins it. And a nice run for Dan Scott, the veteran out of Black Creek, in second place. So Heat 1 in the books. Heat race number 2 coming right up. We know, of course, a lot of people having to work today on the Friday, not able to be with us here. Maybe you're going to join us tonight and hopefully tomorrow. Maybe you got your eye on the clock right now. Maybe it's like, okay, we're less than an hour until it's the weekend. Hopefully you got the 9 to 5. You're off at 5 o'clock. You can be out here tonight for the second half of our program. It's going to be another wild one tonight. The vintage racers, the sprint cars, the super modifieds, and roadsters from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Tyson Cross and Jeff Kennedy and Matt Stevenson, and Bill Lawrence and John Wills and Dean Warmerdam and Johnny White, to name a few. And the West Coast Focus Midgets, of course, Troy Globe, Worldwide Troy Globe, and Ronnie Jones and Brady Rogers, all set to go tonight. Brady and Rick already in the house watching. Also from Chemainus, the veteran is Brad Struck. Row 3 to the inside. That will be the former track record holder in the 18C, and third quick today out of Penticton, quick Rick Taylor. And second quick in the 19, racing here for the first time from Campbell River, that's Stuart Lee. And car number 18, your new Agassiz dwarf car track record holder out of Victoria, Mike Ruddy. 7 cars, 10 laps, elbows up, and hammer down, gentlemen. These dwarf cars are just perfect, as are the midgets and the vintage racers. Just perfect for this tight quarter-mile bull ring here at Agassiz, where they're going uphill on the backstretch and downhill on the front stretch as they chase the 51 car. Scott Drake out of Kelowna. The 52 of Struck runs second, and Stuart Lee third in the 19. As your top 3 break away from the field just a little bit. Good race for fourth, led by the number 21 car of Joel Brooks. Working lap number 3 of 10. Toss a blanket, somebody, over those top 3. As Struck looks to the outside. And we got a new leader. Chemainus. Brad Struck, as we said, he is the 2-time defending Island Dwarf Car Club champion in that gorgeous yellow and black 52 car. He's opened up 5 car lengths already on second place as we hit the halfway point of this one. 5 laps down, 5 laps to go. Good race for second. Between the 51 of Drake, the 19 of Lee, Rick Taylor now joins the party in the 18C. And here comes your new track record holder, Ruddy, in the 18. 6.5 laps complete. 3.5 to go. As they chase the 52 car. Brad Struck out of Chemainus. Look at him go. 8 laps complete, which means, if my math is correct, and it usually is most of the time, white flag this time. One more time around. All by himself down the back straightaway, humming that tune, all by myself. You remember that? All by myself. 52. Struck wins it. The 19 of Lee, a nice run for second. Drake takes third. Taylor fourth. Ruddy, Wright, and Brooks. Well, we told you early on he would be one of the guys to watch here this weekend as the 2-time defending Island Dwarf Car champion. Racing here for the second time, the 59-year-old veteran with his 2 sons on the pit crew. From Chemainus, your Heat 2 winner, that's Brad Struck. And of course, the fans here clap their hands. Those of you watching online, you just shake the glass around a little bit. Clink those ice cubes in the glass, and we can hear you just a little bit. Congratulations to Brad Struck, your winner. So first 2 heat races, fully inverted, are in the books. 2 more straight up by qualifying time coming up.
Well, they have to get, because now they're going straight up,
Yeah.
they have to give the chance the guys to.
Pretty Bob Hunter, maybe, you see him?
He hasn't made it yet. Maybe he'll become.
Or not, he's,
Yeah, we don't have too much time because we're supposed to be wrapped up at 5, right?
Because we've already had that lineup out there for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Freddie, do you think it's okay? I'll look in. That's hard.
Heat 3. Lineup, please. Heat 3, if you could begin lining up. Now, is that Heat 3 or is that Heat 1 of round 2, Daryl? You know what? We're right either way. We're right either way. It's going to be that kind of weekend, folks. It's hot. It's a little sticky. Not quite as hot and sticky as it was yesterday around here or the day before, where it was in the 30s Celsius, in the 90s Fahrenheit. Today, it was more like high 20s Celsius and mid 80s Fahrenheit. And fortunately, not as much smoke here in the air in the East Fraser Valley as there is as you head west towards Vancouver. They were saying in Vancouver today, it was just the air quality was rivaling Beijing or New Delhi in terms of air quality. And that, I'll tell you, if you've ever been either of those two places, that's saying something. But yeah, all of the smoke just basically coming north from those terrible fires in the states of Washington, Oregon, and even California, as we said at the top of the broadcast tonight. Of course, we welcome all of our viewers from those states, as well as we know we got some people in Idaho tuning in and wherever else you might happen to be down south. Glad you could join us, but of course our thoughts and prayers are with all of you, and we hope you are safe amidst, as we said, some of the worst fires the West Coast has seen in many a years. Gosh, just watching some of the news last night and this morning, the beautiful town of Paradise, California, just 10 miles or so east of Chico, where many of us have gone to watch races at the Silver Dollar Speedway. The town was basically devastated a couple of years ago, and a number of the people there rebuilt their homes, and now they've been hit again. And I mean, can you only imagine what they're going through? So, as we said, we hope you're all safe and sound. And we'll look forward to bringing you some great racing action here this weekend. As we said, it is the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. After Dad passed away 5 years ago exactly, this past Wednesday on September the 9th. The first couple of years, we had this as a single-day event, and then we got rained out and then squeaked it in last year after hot temperatures Thursday and Friday. We squeaked it in before the rain came on Saturday, and back here for year number 4. But this is the second year of a 2-day event here at the Agassiz Speedway. And as mentioned, just the second Friday race in the 50-year history of this track here today, and the second 2-day show in over a decade. We look forward to great racing action all weekend long. Again, guys, Heat 3 or Heat 1 of round 2. Line up, please. Heat race cars, line up, please. 2 more heat races before our 30-lap extravaganza. And as we said, these dwarf cars are just so much fun to watch on this tight quarter-mile bull ring, just like the midgets and the vintage cars are, but especially well-suited for this racetrack. If you're new to these cars, they weigh somewhere in the vicinity of 1,000 to 1,200 pounds. Most of them running 1,200 to 1,250 cc Yamaha, Honda motorcycle engines, and they are replicas of approximately the years of 1928 to 1948, coupes and sedans. And the reason they're called dwarf cars is, come on now, finish the sentence for me. Well, they are smaller than those original 1928 to 1948 coupes and sedans. Approximately 5/8 the size. So I've been told anyway. And again, we know we've got, as we said, so many people tuning in on Vancouver Island, in the Okanagan, and down south. A special shout out to Troy and Andrew Kunis. Troy, of course, the longtime president of the American Canadian Dwarf Car Association. Tuning in down there in Spokane, Washington. Andrew, unless he's off racing somewhere himself this weekend, or writing about or announcing a race, he's probably just across the line in Idaho. Anyway, hi guys, and Troy, we hope to see you back here next year. No, we don't hope to. We will see you back here next year. Steve and Brian Taylor also tuned in down in the Olympia, Washington area as well. And later tonight, we'll have lots of our friends watching from the West Coast Vintage Racers all around Washington, Oregon, and Idaho as well. So the guys lining up again for our straight-up heat races, which are coming up next. Again, another hour or so of competition here with the dwarf cars. And if you're planning your evening around us tonight, it'll be qualifying for the vintage racers and the midgets around 7 o'clock, and racing starting at about 7:30 tonight. And again, as we said, same itinerary or same schedule tomorrow. We can also tell you right now that we will be back at it again next weekend. The first back-to-back weekends of racing at Agassiz Speedway. Next Saturday night, September the 19th, it will be street stocks, mini stocks, Hornets, and midgets. Again, 2 sessions, one in the afternoon, one in the evening. So make plans already for that next Saturday night. That's 1 week from tomorrow. Last time we talked to you a couple of weeks ago, the Vancouver Canucks were putting up a valiant effort against the Vegas Golden Knights. Unfortunately, even with the superhuman performance of Thatcher Demko, they lost in 7 games to Vegas. So Vegas has moved on to the Western Conference Finals. They are currently down 2-1. A little bit surprising there to Dallas after Dallas's win last night. The Eastern Conference will be back at it again tonight as Tampa Bay will look to take a 3-0 stranglehold on the Eastern Final against the New York Islanders. All of the games now being played in Edmonton, Alberta. So hopefully tonight, if you're looking for a good, close Eastern Final, hopefully Rob, Billy Smith, and Denny Potvin, and Brian Trottier, and Clark Gillies, and John Tonelli, and my good friend Butch Goring, former Conn Smythe Trophy winner, can rise to the occasion tonight and get the... and Bob Nystrom. We can't forget about Bob Nystrom, the blonde bomber. Oh, man, he was tough, wasn't he? Hopefully they can rise to the occasion and get the Islanders back in the series. Brady, I think Islanders can get a win tonight? And yeah, I think so. What about Dallas? You think they can hold on and beat Vegas? I don't know about that one. Vegas, Tampa Bay, I think, final. And we'll see what shakes down. Anyway, folks, here we go. Again, this is Heat 3 or Heat 1 of round number 2. So here we go. 2C, heat winner earlier out of Kelowna, that is Richard Brewer, the 16 car. Second place earlier on a Black Creek, Dan Scott, 47. Surrey's Daryl Hyland, the 7, his good buddy, Langley's Elliot Klug. And car number 11, the first-time visitor from Nanaimo, the man with 2 first names, Brandon Mason. So it's the Okanagan and the Island row 1, all Lower Mainland row 2, and the Island row 3. 5 more cars, 10 more laps. Green flag. Richard Brewer, Dan Scott, as Daryl Hyland drifts high through 1 and 2. Drops back a couple of spots. On the 11 car, Mason jumps into the number 3 position. Ahead of Klug and Hyland, working lap number 2 of 10. Brewer, Scott, Kelowna, leading Black Creek. This is just the way they finish in their earlier heat race. The top 2 positions anyway. Working lap number 4 of 10. Which means next time we'll be halfway. Problems on the Dan Scott car. Oh no. A problem on the number 16 of Dan Scott. Running a solid second and not looking real good as he limps back to the pit area. The 16 of Dan Scott, second in his heat race earlier for the 60-year-old veteran driver from Black Creek, racing here for the second time, finished 3rd in Island Dwarf Car points a year ago. And let's hope the problem is not terminal on the 16. Again, we have 13 dwarf cars here today. Tomorrow we will be joined, we're scheduled to be joined by the father and son team of Thomas and John Meisner from Victoria, as well as Danny Carslake from Kelowna. So ideally, we will have 16 cars here tomorrow. And we are back underway. Richard Brewer setting a torrid pace out there in that always fast blue and white 2C machine. Klug running second. Mason is third. And Hyland. Just past halfway, 6 down and 4 to go. It is all Brewer, just like we'll do at the hotel Sunday morning. Richard Brewer, he's checked out. He slapped the keys on the counter at the front desk. He says, I'm heading home, baby. It's been a long weekend. Checked out, hotel, motel. I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Richard Brewer hooked up and hauling the mail around Agassiz here this afternoon with 2 laps to go. He's got himself a half-lap lead on what is a very good race for second between Klug, Hyland, and Mason. In the meantime, and in between time, as Ed Whalen used to say on Stampede Wrestling on Saturday afternoons. White flag, 1 to go. As cool as the other side of the pillow. Richard Brewer victorious. Here comes that great battle for second place. And second will go to the 11 of Brandon Mason. Third to the 7 of Elliot Klug. Originally from Prince George, now living in Langley. If you're scoring with us, and the 47 of Highland. So Brewer, as we said, the winner here 1 year ago on the Friday night, has won both of his heat races. Out of Kelowna, Richard Brewer. So one more heat race to go for the fastest qualifiers. That means your new track record holder, Mike Ruddy, will start on the pole of this one. And then it will be 30 laps the distance. And again, as we look to the pit area, we still watch what's going on around the number 16 car of Dan Scott. Again, the Black Creek, BC driver, who, again, just barely made it back to the pit area, getting some help from our friends at Jack's Towing right now. And that's not a good sign. Anyway, final heat race is coming up, folks. On the pole, the number 18 car, racing here for just the second time, and he is your new Agassiz Speedway Dwarf Car track record holder, breaking the 10-year-old mark earlier this afternoon at a 14.164. Out of Victoria, Mike Rutty, car number 18. Second quick this afternoon, also breaking the old track record, racing here for just the first time, a two-time Island Dwarf Car champion, the 29-year-old from Campbell River, that is Stuart Lee. Stuart Lee in the 19 with a very varied racing resume, not just dwarf cars, three-time Saratoga Speedway Bomber champion. He's raced some Will Rock sprint cars, and last year raced on the dirt down in Washington and Oregon with the Northwest Focus Midgets. Stuart Lee, car number 19. Inside row number 2, your former track record holder and third quick today from Penticton, that is quick Rick Taylor. Car number 52, that beautiful yellow and black entry, the 52 car, the two-time and defending Island Dwarf Car champion from Chemainus of Brad Struck. Struck the 52. The 28 racing here for the second time out of Chemainus. That is the Nugget, Dave Wright, second in Island points a year ago. The number 51, another second-time visitor from Kelowna. Huge Rockets fan. Huge. That is Scott Drake. And the 21 out of Victoria, Joel Brooks. And unless I'm going blind, there was no green flag there, was there, Brady? I didn't see a green flag. There's Daryl saying, guys, watch me. Pretty sure he gave him the 1 to go signal. So, as Tony Bacco likes to say at Knoxville Raceway in Knoxville, Iowa, we will re-rack them and restack them and try it again. It's the Okanagan against Vancouver Island in our final dwarf car heat race, and we are green. As the 18 and the 19 lead the field to green, Stuart Lee, Mike Ruddy, and Rick Taylor, your top 3 qualifiers today, running 1, 2, 3. And again, this is a little appetizer for what we'll be watching later on when we get them all out there together. Oh, baby, it's going to be a good 30-lap feature. 2 laps complete. 19 leading 18. Lee over Ruddy. Campbell River leading Victoria. Penticton's Taylor running third. ahead of the Chemainus driver, Struck. It'll be 4 complete and 6 to go this time. This guy in the 19 car has never raced here before. He was your second quick qualifier earlier today, and he has got Agassiz Speedway figured out already, as does the guy running second, Ruddy, the 18. In just his second Agassiz visit, he's your new track record holder. 6 complete, 4 laps to go. As we said, this is just a teaser for the big one later on. Trouble down in turn 1. Taylor spinning, and we go yellow. The 18C of Rick Taylor, no relation to the Washington dwarf car drivers of Steve and Brian Taylor. Again, as usual, we tell you this for the benefit of all of you scoring with us. So here's the 2 guys running up front, as we said. The 19 racing here for the first time, the 18 racing here for the second time, both breaking the old Agassiz track record. And these main events here today and again tomorrow are going to be fun to watch. Again, we are scheduled to be joined by 3 more cars tomorrow, which will increase our field of dwarf cars from 13 to 16. So 5 laps complete, 5 laps to go. Stuart Lee, he is the engine pulling this train around the Agassiz Speedway, and we're green again. Oh, and what a great start for Lee. He is flying around the Speedway. Working lap 7 of 10. Still Lee, still Ruddy, still Struck. 1, 2, 3. Dave Wright running in 4th. Scott Drake, Joel Brooks, and Rick Taylor in that order, with just a couple of laps to go. And this is the final heat race of the afternoon. Two to go, which means white flag this time for that fast, and I mean fast, number 19 car. One more time around for Lee. Still Ruddy, still Struck. Cool as a cucumber. It's nice in the Greek salad, the cucumber. Stuart Lee wins it. Ruddy, seconds. Struck, third. Nugget, Dave Wright, Drake, Brooks, and Taylor. There's your winner, race fans, from the beautiful resort community of Campbell River. Stuart Lee, racing here at Agassiz, if you can believe it, for the first time. He has adapted so quickly, and that main event, which is coming up in about 10 minutes, is going to be so fun to watch. Again, folks, tonight, the second half of our racing program here today, it will be the Mighty Midgets and the Vintage Racers. And again, we'll be hot lapping between 6 and 7 o'clock, qualifying around 7 with racing at 7:30. Make plans to join us either here in person or the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. So we are going to take about a 5 to 10 minute break. Gentlemen, not too much time. Make whatever changes you deem necessary. And there's some ladies down there helping out as well. Some of the wives, some of the girls, girlfriends, sisters, daughters helping out on these dwarf cars. Make whatever changes you feel necessary. 30 laps. The main event for the dwarf cars is coming up next. All of this on day number 1 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic You're watching exclusive coverage on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel from Agassiz Speedway in beautiful Agassiz, British Columbia.
Exclusive coverage, Rob. Exclusive. Can't get it anywhere else. You know, exclusive coverage on the Agassiz YouTube channel. You know that? Hey, these cars are pulling.
Aren't they
You
good to watch?
hear we got a new track record?
Yeah.
10 years, that was.
They asked me that,
Track
yes,
record,
eh?
10 years, yeah.
The track
14-2
record
to a
stands, I go,
14-1.
wow, it's consolation race and stuff, but I said, it's your
Oh,
club.
it counts.
Well, I said, it's your club.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
That's
That's a 10-year-old. It was time for a new track record after 10
I
years.
said, congratulations, you know, so they're clapping.
No, that was good.
Oh,
And
the
two
cameras
guys,
good.
both the 18
guys go.
and the 19.
Yeah,
won
one,
under the
a
old track
1-6 or
record.
something and a 2-1 or
Then we
something.
got it from a 14-2 to a 14-2 and then a 14-1.
Wow. How's the cameras? You still overheating? Oh, well, what's causing that? The battery? You know, it's not open, it's taking a lot of power. Yeah. You can't go direct power, it is turning power. Okay, well, so you shut off the charger power, what am I doing? Okay. It's gonna help. I don't know if she's actually. No, we're on the same page. Awesome, thanks, man. I watched the snowboard too, and oh, 2 laps ago, and I grabbed the white flag.
Yeah, I see, I watch him like playing.
That's good,
We're on the
good
same
together, right?
page. Yeah.
The guy took the other guy, I like him.
And,
The main event, I thought he was.
yeah, and Elliot there snuck in second instead of third there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but 11 passed him. I'm watching the video and I figured 11 would be able to get past him and then we'll put him where he's supposed to be, so.
I don't know why those guys didn't, didn't give him the one to go.
No, he didn't, no.
They're dropped,
I'm looking at you because I watched you. As soon as you drop the green, I drop the
Yeah.
green. And I'm going, I can hear them revving up. It's just like they're shooting there.
Yeah.
One did it, they all did it.
Yeah.
That was funny.
I just went watching.
I saw that, that was perfect, yeah. No, that was good.
I like these cars.
I love these cars, they're fun.
You get them no more than 2 years, 3 times a year.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's
Well,
fun.
they come
But if I could
together,
find
yeah.
money to cover some of the costs, they would do it. They get paid anywhere from 125 to 150 bucks a car. In their club, that's our club, we have to give them.
Yeah.
But
Fair
all
enough,
you do-
especially when they're coming from the island.
Yeah, but that's why I said to one of the guys, well, yeah, I'm gonna come from the island, but, you know, like, the late models, the swing stuff, I don't come from the short. I said, that's fine, they're not for gas. And
right.
10 times as long.
Well, that's right,
You're talking
exactly.
7 hours, 7.5 hours,
with
towing
a
one
truck
range.
towing a-
That's
yeah,
right.
exactly.
So 150 bucks, they someone, what, about 20%. But if we find a sponsor to take up, it's not right.
Exactly, yeah.
I'll work on that.
Yeah, we gotta go to Burke and find out what the new owners are gonna sponsor us.
Well, do you own some Martin's cars?
Pardon me?
Do you own some Martin's?
Yeah, Burke's bought out,
Who bought them?
I knew that.
TNT or?
No, it's a place out of Vernon. They bought Merton, Merton Corset. Very, very good name down here. It's everywhere and they have a very good reputation. So they bought, I can imagine what old owners got for that.
But I'll go with you. Come over this one, Tom. Okay.
No, I
First
know.
class, not first class in Seoul, no.
You know when you needed water brought in, Fred.
I'm taking all that stuff down.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
So I
89
got
point.
some modern tires, give it a go.
Yeah, that's it. It's been out there
Yeah.
all year.
That first class is give it a go.
Yeah.
McDonald's pizza.
Yeah.
895.
They're getting free. They're getting free.
895.
They're not
Right,
doing
we're not
it.
doing
They've
it.
been with us forever.
I know.
New owners.
We used to have their summer cruise over your camp cruise in the race. Patrick would come in the celebrity race.
They came, yeah,
But you know.
the crew from E95 came in.
Yeah.
With
And
orange
races,
cars last
yeah.
year. I'll work on them, I'll go with
I guess we better be going now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we better.
I think they're
Down
down
to
to
5. Supposed to be down to 5.
All right, gentlemen, line up, please. It is main event time. 30 laps for the dwarf cars coming right up. And it is going to be a good one. You can be rest assured of that. Then we'll take a bit of a break and bring in the vintage racers and the midgets for tonight's racing program. Again, dwarf cars, line up, please. It is main event time. Bill Lawrence, how you doing, Bill? Bill, is it true? I heard some rumors today. Did it get here? It is here. So the brothers will both race tonight. Bill, thumbs up? All right, how about that? Bill Lawrence, one of the many drivers that I watched as a youngster growing up at Langley Speedway, was here last night practicing and turning some very fast laps in his number 11 car, but unfortunately blew up the engine late in practice, and we thought he was done for the weekend. And you know what, folks? How's this for dedication? Dedication to our sport, Ross Edwards. He got a friend of his at home in Kelowna to bring down his other car so he could race here tonight and tomorrow. For most competitors, that would have been the end of their weekend. So we'll look forward to seeing both Bill and Pat Lawrence in action tonight, as we said, along with Tyson Cross and Jeff Kennedy and Matt Stevenson and John Wills. Jeff Kennedy, how are you, Jeff? Now, did you have the afternoon nap? Okay. Trains didn't wake you up? You are good to go tonight. Jeff Kennedy driving that beautiful 65 car that you can see down in turn number 1. A 1979 former Roger Beck built USAC Champ car. And we were here last night, of course, watching practice and making a few notes, getting a head start on things. When that 65 car came on the track and it fired up and he did a couple. I said right then and there, I'm happy. No matter what happens the rest of the weekend, I am happy because watching that beautiful car race around this track with that beautiful, beautiful sound, just a sight to behold.
No, because it's the sights and sounds, right? It's the sights and sounds. It's the whole experience. It's the whole, those Teslas, those electric cars, when you think about it, they're dangerous. They sneak up on you. You're walking, you don't hear them coming. Next thing you know, they sneak right in. Where'd you come from?
Well, the best thing about the later models is that when they fire up, it's like, it's like a good radio
Again, Dwarf.
station on an aircraft.
Again.
We have got a little problem here all of a sudden.
Well, geez.
No, my mic just quit. All I did was turn it on and off. That's all I did. Just like the computer at home, right? Yeah. You turn it on and off, unplug it, plug it in. What is that? Why?
I do that, I don't know how many times a day. People call up and oh, no, the mic. Turn it off.
Rock and Ron Jones ready to rock and roll tonight in the number 7 midget. All right, gentlemen, dwarf cars, please line up. Dwarf cars, it is main event time. 30 laps, the scheduled distance. Hopefully all 13 can answer the call as they make the last minute changes to these wonderful racing machines. You know, such a great variety of cars and drivers amidst the 3 divisions that we have here this weekend for this 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. The dwarf cars this afternoon, and then tonight, the mighty midgets and the vintage racers, which aren't really vintage. They're more like 70s, 80s, and even some in the 90s. There might even be a couple of 2000s in the mix. The sprint cars and super modifieds, maybe even a Tipke Roadster or 2. As we get ready for our first of 6 main events here this weekend. First of 6. And by the way, all 6 of our main event winners will receive beautiful, custom-made gift certificates from our friends Joe Constance and Brent Anderson and all our friends down at Joe's Racing Products in Everett, Washington. And also contingency awards this weekend from Barry Martinez and Kelsey Carpenter and all the guys at Speed Mart, just off the I-5 in Burlington, Washington. And our good friend Shane Harding, Harding Motorsports Supply in South Langley, just a mere stone's throw from the old Langley Speedway, all providing us with contingency awards for all 3 classes here this weekend. And again, our title sponsor once again this year is Brian's Auto Glass. Hey, if you need auto glass repair or replacement, Brian and Troy are the guys to see. 32733 South Fraser Way, right next to Wendy's in Abbotsford. So while you're waiting, and you don't trust me, you don't have to wait long. They do quick work. So while they're replacing or repairing your windshield, you go over and have a Frosty, Ron Jones. Huh? Make mine a large, Ron Jones. You know, you're getting your windshield fixed at Brian's Auto Glass. Go have the. I think they maybe even the 99-cent Frosties right now. Although act quickly, because those, just like the dollar drinks at McDonald's, they'll probably be over soon. Maybe at the end of summer, which is coming soon, as they say. Brian's Auto Glass, long-time supporters of Agassiz Speedway, and, of course, the midgets. Also, of course, a big thank you to Paul Tron Fabrication of Langley. Leslie McKellar, our great friend up in Peachland, for her generous donation. The Willison family, Dave and Terry and Aaron and Ryan, our Fast Time sponsors for the weekend. Thanks to Patty Bennett for doing all the trophies. She had like 20 trophies to make for these 2 days. Well, you think about it, we've got 6 main events. We've got trophies for the top 3 in each. There's 18 right there. Do the math. Chris Timer, thank you, my friend, RT Motorsports. Sean Holbert, Sean and the Dirt Racing Podcast, of course. He is down in Everett, Washington, so not able to join us, but I know he's watching. Thank you, Sean. And to the Vancouver Giants, to the Western Hockey League. As usual, we have got prizes from them, including 4 tickets and food and drink to the game of your choice for, whenever the next hockey season might be. Western Hockey League tentatively scheduled, I stress the word tentatively scheduled to start up the 1st of December, but we'll have to wait and see on that. All right, 30 laps, the scheduled distance coming up in a matter of moments for the dwarf cars. Again, fully inverted, which means fast cars at the back. We always watch what's happening up at the front of any race, but it is so fun, isn't it? So fun to watch those fast qualifiers bob and weave and shuck and jive their way through the field as they race their way to the front, or try to anyway. And again, a great mix of Vancouver Island drivers from the beautiful Okanagan, where I think it was like 49 degrees, 129 Fahrenheit maybe, up in the Soyuz Oliver area today. Ron Jones, you could fry maybe an egg on the blacktop up there. Make it 2. Make mine scrambled. Actually, you know what? I'll fry it, and then I'll scramble them. A little bit of side of hash browns and some bacon, ham, sausage links. Oh boy, a couple of minutes to 5. We've got people right now that are at work with just a couple of minutes left in their work week, and they're going to be racing out here, hopefully not getting a speeding ticket. Don't do that now. That'll kind of a little bit of a buzzkill if you did that. And then going to get out here and join us for tonight's racing action. And of course, if you're watching online, if you've got friends and family that are not aware of the fact we are live on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel, not Facebook. It is YouTube. You can watch it all with our exclusive coverage. And the best part about it, well, it's good coverage. The announcing's not bad. Not bad. But the best part, really, one of the best parts, just getting to see it's the best. Second best thing, no charge, free to watch all of the action. And we thank James for making it happen. We have cameras as well down at the flag stand as well. We are moments away. George Oliver, how you doing, George? Where's Terry? Haven't seen her. She's in the pit area. Yes, George, as we harken back to the Langley Speedway days, huh? Talking about guys like Bill Lawrence and Jack Cross and Marty White and Reg Kennedy, etc. If those guys aren't all here, a lot of them will be, their kids or grandkids will be racing. So again, first, we're getting ready for main event number 1 of 3 here today and 1 of 6 this weekend. Looks like a couple of dwarf cars still in their pit stalls. See the number 9 of Tyler Peters, who had problems in the very first race of the night, spinning before he led the race for a lap or two and then pitted early. Tyler Peters out of Nanaimo, that number 9 car. And then the number 16 of Dan Scott, also having problems later on during heat race competition. So we'll see exactly how many are able to answer the call in this one. Again, 30 laps. Mr. Lind, all the big names are joining us. It just gets, the big names just continue to work their way in onto the Agassiz Speedway premises. So unfortunately, the 9 of Tyler Peters and the 16 of Dan Scott have scratched from this event. But hopefully they will be able to be back tomorrow. And as we said, tomorrow we are scheduled to have 3 drivers that couldn't be with us here today. The father-son team from Victoria, Thomas and John Meisner, and Danny Carslake, who finished second here last year on the Saturday night from Kelowna. So we'll start giving you the lineup for this one. Again, fully inverted according to qualifying time. As up front, it will be the number 11 car out of Nanaimo, Brandon Mason. Car number 21 from Victoria, that's Joel Brooks. The 47 out of Surrey, Daryl Highland. And the 28 out of Chemainus, the Nugget, Dave Wright. The 2C from Kelowna, Richard Brewer. The number 18C out of Penticton, Quick Rick Taylor. The 51 car out of Kelowna is Scott Drake. The 19, second quick out of Campbell River, Stuart Lee. The 52 from Chemainus is Brad Struck. And your new Agassiz Speedway track record holder, the 18 from Victoria, is Mike Roddy. And car number 7 from Langley, Elliott Klug. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 cars for 30 laps. Race fans, it is time to batten down the hatches. Somebody quickly lock the door, because things are about to get real here at Agassiz Speedway on this Friday afternoon. Green flag. First of 30 laps as they chase the 11 car. Brandon Mason out of Nanaimo. Joel Brooks right there in the 21. Again, fast cars start at the back. Always fun to watch as Richard Brewer takes the early lead in the 2C. Brewer, the 2C, won both his heat races earlier. The 51 of Scott Drake running second. Dave right now third in the 21. Your top three early in this one. Working lap number 4. Oh, the 11 car, Mason, bounced off the wall on the backstretch. Gathers it back together. Trouble on the front straightaway. Darrell Highland spinning wildly. And thankfully, everyone got by. Hopefully, they're all watching the lights right now. We are under caution early in this 30-lapper. The 47 car, Darrell Highland, the 54-year-old rookie driver out of Surrey, spinning wildly down the front straightaway. And fortunately, everybody able to get by. So, yellow flag after 3 of 30. Again, interesting situation or scenario here. The 2C of Brewer, who won both his heat races earlier as Highland gets restarted. The 2C of Brewer did not qualify as well as he usually does. As a result of that, he was starting up a lot further in this field than he normally would. So he's got to the front in the hurry. But of course, we'll keep our eyes on all of those other fast qualifiers. Ruddy, Lee, Taylor, Struck. They've got lots of time to work their way up. So it's a couple of guys from Kelowna leading the way. Brewer and Drake. Then it's Wright, the 28 from Chemainus. Penticton's Rick Taylor, the 18C. And Struck, the 52 out of Chemainus, your top 5 early on in this one. Brewer is the leader. He sets the pace, determining how fast or slow the start will be. Right foot goes down, noise goes up. We're green again. And we are yellow again. Careful, gentlemen. Oh, be careful. Get that old chain reaction. There's the 11 car. Brandon Mason spinning over in turn number 2. Brandon, the 36-year-old out of Nanaimo. Racing here for the first time, second year in the dwarf cars. Got here yesterday and was able to practice a little bit last night. We had a couple hours here last night from about 7 till 9. Oh man, the temperature last night was just perfect once the sun went down. And of course, once the sun goes down, the track is cooler and faster. So just 3 complete, 27 to go. Brewer and Drake run 1-2. The Kelowna drivers, Dave Wright, the 28 is third. Taylor, the 18C, running fourth. The 19 of Stuart Lee. Now fifth. Struck, the 52. The 18 of Ruddy. The 21 of Brooks. The 7 of Klug. 47 Highland. Hello to Pat and Ernie Shepanowski. I know you're both watching in Chilliwack. We miss you guys. Ernie, saw you on TV last Sunday night. Canada 200. I know you weren't there, but they were replaying what happened last year after Corbin Thomas's big win. Saw Dave Key, Ernie on the screen with Corbin. Corbin, a nice job. A winner last year of the Canada 200 and a 3-time champion. Another nice run this year, finishing third last Sunday night, and that was something having that race live on Czech TV Channel 6, and of course online all around the world. It was a rock'em sock'em affair, and it was very interesting. I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but for the first half of the race, former Agassiz champions were running in the top 4 spots in the Canada 200 with Dave Hemrick, Rob Angus, Corbin Thomas, and Russ Jansen getting some nice TV time. Unfortunately, it didn't end so well for 3 out of the 4, but Corbin Thomas still ended up with a nice third place finish. But a thumbs up to all the Agassiz guys doing us proud last Sunday night at the Canada 200. Boy, it was tough for Dave Hemrick, obviously, after dominating the first half of the race and getting into a tangle with Brandon Carlson early in the second half. And that ended his night. And then Russ Jansen, he ran top 5 pretty much the whole way and then spun out late. The first half of the race, they were not counting yellow flag laps. So if you had a problem, you could still, go to the pits and come back out and be on the lead lap. For Russ Jansen, he spun and couldn't get the car restarted. And so he went down a couple of laps. Tough break for the 11 in this one. Brandon Mason getting towed back to the pit area. So we have 10 cars remaining out of the 11 that started, 10 of the 13 in attendance. As they get the 1 to go signal, again, Brewer, the 2C, the 51 of Drake, the 28 of Wright, the 18C of Taylor, the 19 of Lee. Your top 5 with a long way to go in this one. Green flag. Again, it's Brewer like he's been shot out of a cannon. Your early leader. Still a long way to go. Still Drake second. Wright third. Taylor, Struck, Lee, Ruddy, Brooks, Klug, and Highland. Five laps in the books. 5 complete. 25 to go. Rip roaring their way around the Agassiz Speedway on a Friday afternoon. Day number 1 of this 2-day extravaganza. So glad you could join us in person or online. Brewer, Drake, Taylor, Struck, now 4th, Lee 5th, Ruddy, Wright. Your top 7 not separated by a whole lot right now. Ten laps in the books, so we're 1/3 of the way through this one. Richard Brewer, quick Rick Taylor, Kelowna leading Penticton. Those two guys now with about 7-8 car lengths back to 3rd place. Struck, remember, he's running 3rd, and Lee 4th, the 19, both of them 2-time Island Dwarf Car champions. And Ruddy, your new track record holder in the 18, runs 5th. We know a lot of friends and family of those guys tuning in back on Vancouver Island this afternoon. We say hi to all of you as we approach the halfway mark in this 30-lapper. It'll be 13 complete this time. Again, Brewer leading Taylor, both former winners here. So the Okanagan guys run 1-2. Then it's Vancouver Island 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll be halfway next time by as your leaders come up on traffic. What you gonna do, Richard Brewer, when the lap traffic comes to you? Klug and Highland in front of the leaders now. And it's the leader that has to make the decision. Do you go high or low around the traffic? Let's watch. Oh, Highland squarely in front of the leaders, and we got a spin now. Stuart Lee spins down in turn number 1, and just as things were getting interesting in traffic, we are under caution. A little bumper tag there again after the yellow come out, and always frustrating from a standpoint play. When the yellow appears right in the midst.
This thing's overheating or something. Do you hear me cutting out? Well, you hear it cutting out? Yeah,
So 16 in the books and 14. No, it's not out yet. It's 16 complete and 14 to go. Oh, things are getting good right now, folks. Just past the halfway point of this one. Richard Brewer has got his hands full with Rick Taylor in the 18. Brad Struck the 52 and the 18 of Ruddy right there. Listen closely. Knocking on the door like kids at Halloween. And then we're not going to forget about the 19 of Lee, your second quick qualifier, who had to go to the back, trying to work his way back up. We are working lap number 20 of 30, which means next time by, it will be 10 laps to go. 10 laps to go in this one. Brewer with 3 super fast race cars hot on his heels. Again, these top 2 guys, both former winners here. And the guy running third, a 2-time Island Dwarf Car champ. With 8 laps to go, can Brewer hold on? As we know, through the years in racing, it's one thing to catch the guy in front of you. It's a whole other scenario to pass him. 7 laps to go. Still Brewer, Taylor, Struck, and Ruddy. Okanagan 1-2. Island cars 3rd and 4th. And again, a little bit of traffic set to come into play here momentarily as they come up on the 7 car. Flug. Oh, Brewer getting stuck behind the lap car. Taylor takes the lead. New leader, quick Rick Taylor. And a log jam in behind him, and Brewer drops to 3rd. Oh my goodness, Rick Taylor all of a sudden has got 10 or 12 car lengths on the 18 of Ruddy, and Struck now off the pace, the 52 car. So the whole complexion of this race changed moments ago in traffic with just 3 laps to go now. 27 on the books, 3 to go as Brad Struck goes to the pit area. Rick Taylor getting the signal from his crew with the big lead. With 2 to go, which means white flag next time for the former AMCA and Okanagan Dwarf Car champion. There it is, white flag, 1 lap to go for Penticton's Rick Taylor. Ruddy running 2nd. Lee is 3rd. Down the backstretch, final turn, final time. Another Agassiz win for Rick Taylor. Mike Ruddy 2nd. Stuart Lee, third. Brewer ends up fourth. Dave Wright, fifth. Then it's Brooks, Drake, Highland, Klug, Struck, and Mason. Well, race fans, lap traffic often decides these races, and it did here tonight. The 2C of Brewer, dominant most of the way, comes up on traffic, and Quick Rick Taylor, the 63-year-old veteran from Penticton, started the night a little disappointing note, losing his track record, but he might not have won the battle, but he wins the war with another main event win. Rick Taylor first, and Mike Ruddy and Stuart Lee. We need you out front as well. We have trophies and presentations and interviews for you as well. So if you're watching online, stay with us. And we'll head trackside. There's your winner. As we said, the veteran out of Penticton, Quick Rick Taylor. So chalk this one up for the Okanagan. And the Vancouver Island drivers, Ruddy and Lee, run second and third.
Hey, nice. Nice.
Actually, the camera is pointed right at 18C, very hard. Yeah, it should be good right there.
Park further down, so you get all three of them.
All right, why don't we go 3, 2, 1, and we'll go 3, 2, 1. Stuart, come on over here, buddy. Racing here for the first time from Campbell River, and one of two drivers to break the track record here today, and a nice third-place run. Not bad, your first visit to Agassiz. Tell us about it.
Yeah, not bad for sure. I feel there was a driver mistake there that cost us the win, but we'll be better tomorrow. It was definitely a good race. It was nice to be battling up front like those guys. I just got into lap traffic and I misjudged one car and had to spin myself out to avoid hitting the guy in front of me. I guess I could have repaid him since he did it to me earlier in the night, but we'll live again tomorrow.
As we say, your first time racing here, this is a unique racetrack. Talk about your first experience here in terms of the layout of this track. It's a lot different.
Honestly, this track is awesome. I live for these small tracks, short bull rings. Suits my style. I guess I shouldn't say that. I spun out in lap traffic, but no, it's a really good track. I love it. High banked, high speeds. Kind of got this downhill here on the front and the uphill on the back. It's really good. I need to thank Weston Lane. This isn't even my car. It's been sitting in his trailer for a year and a half. I just threw an engine in it and brought it out, so we got it going pretty good. Hopefully a little bit better tomorrow.
Nice job, Stuart, and we'll see you tomorrow.
You bet. Also, thanks a lot for putting this on Agassiz Speedway. This is my only race of the year. Really appreciate it, and thank you to your family for putting this on. Hopefully I can win it for you tomorrow.
All right, Stuart Lee, a nice third-place run. Mike Ruddy, come on over here. Mike, just your second visit to Agassiz Speedway, the second place, and the new track record. Not a bad day.
Yeah, it's not bad. The car's going pretty good. We had a good weekend in Penticton the other week, so we kind of got it figured out for this year.
Tell us about those last 5 laps or so, and things, as they often do, got pretty interesting in traffic.
Yeah, running with Brad and all those guys, they're the toughest guys in dwarf cars. Stuart, all these guys are the best in the business, so running with them is awesome. Feels good.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my girlfriend, the kids, everyone, Island Powder Coating, and Agassiz Speedway for setting this up.
Great to have you here. Good luck tomorrow, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike Ruddy, a nice second place run. And Rick Taylor, as we said, Rick, maybe not the greatest start to the night. You lost your track record, but you come out on top at the end of the night, end of the day. Quite an afternoon of racing.
It was a lot of fun. There were some fast cars out there. I mean, the top 5 or 6 cars are so equal. It's just tough. Traffic was everything. Had to get through traffic for it. It was all lap cars on the second time. But really good, great racing. Thanks to you guys for putting this on. It was fantastic. Some of the only racing in Canada right now. We really appreciate you coming out. And thank Fred Sr. next time you're there.
Absolutely. Now, tell us about those last 5 laps.
I lost count. I'm just keeping one at a time. Hit your marks. Go faster left. Go faster left. If someone comes up around me, I worry about it.
I mean, is there much of a strategy again when you come into the traffic? Because a lot of the time, that's really sometimes your only chance in the traffic.
Traffic is the best equalizer of everything, and we've got enough of a field here today. And thanks for everybody coming out. We'll have more cars tomorrow. Hope we don't lose any from today. They might get it together for tomorrow anyway. But yeah, traffic is everything, and the only thing that I beat Rich on was he tried to follow a slow car, a lap car, to try and get underneath them. I was already around both of them on the outside.
Anybody else you want to thank, Rick?
My mom, who I hope is watching on YouTube right now. We don't have any. I don't have any.
Well, it'd be a good car to put your name on if you're looking to sponsor a race car, the 18C. Yeah, Rick, a former winner here through the years, but it had been a few years. Congratulations on this win. Man, that was fun to watch. We'll see you tomorrow.
It was great. I'll be here. Thanks.
All right, Rick Taylor, your winner here this afternoon. All right, folks, you tune in live here at Agassiz Speedway or online. That'll do it for this afternoon. Again, we remind you another complete program coming up tonight. It will be vintage racers, the sprint cars and super modifieds from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and the midgets. Make plans to join us. Again, hot lapping between 6 and 7. We'll be back on live at about 7 o'clock with qualifying and racing at 7:30. Again, this is day number 1 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic, and we'll talk to you in about an hour and a half at 7 o'clock. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk to you later on tonight.
Okay, I'll see you back here in about half hour, then I'll hear you talking.
Yeah.
So what,
Oh,
before
not
that?
half hour. I won't be talking till 7.
Oh, it's about an hour.
Yeah.
Oh.
I won't be start talking till 7.
Listen to the music in the grass. Okay, that'll be good, Freddie.
Oh, there'll be lots of.
That's good, I had my phone on it today, I thought you
No,
might
I'm
have
worried. I was worried you might have
Thought
talked
you
about
would stuff. I saw Jeff still there, but then I thought, oh, he might need the sign if he raced there.
Right now, there's a lot of people that have worked till 5 that got here
Yeah.
right now.
Freddie, we'll have to wait to see on the site where that guy's email. What about some of yours?
Last week. Oh, I don't know. Last week took about a week to get. He said, oh, do you want to try tonight?
Probably tomorrow.
But if I get, what, if I gotta let Daryl know sort of thing. And you gotta decide which one you want.
Oh, the vintage,
Tomorrow.
Freddie, yeah, but.
Or you can one night, one the next. Right now.
Right now, we're running on time.
As long as you've got a phone in.
I figure anything within 20 minutes is on time.
Not wait till it comes site.
Yeah, send it up, give me stuff.
I gotta flip. We're done.
Where should we, where should we do it? Where should we do it? Oh, no. And they got untangled, did they?
Yeah, one goes on. Yeah, so we have one, Freddie.
James, are you gonna go and get a, break now from the east?
Yeah, we could.
You're camped out, right? You say you didn't get here till 12:30 last night?
Yeah.
Oh, really? What kept
They're just there to have fun.
Yep. Well, like he says, you know, you do your best, and at the end of the day, 3 things might go wrong, but who's gonna know? As long as everybody had a good time.
Yeah, that was the whole reason of having a flea market.
Yeah,
Just an excuse to throw parties, so
that's
okay.
right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, he tries to put across to people that basically they need him, the license. That's it. Window dressing.
Yeah.
One time his bride left her dress in the hotel, and they were hella gone up past Harrison Hills up there. There's a lodge or something way
Well, race fans, getting ready for session number 2 on this day number 1 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. So glad you could join us either here in person or live on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. We had a great dwarf car race here this afternoon. 13 cars from all over British Columbia, Vancouver Island, the Okanagan, the Lower Mainland, put on a great show. 10-year-old track record was broken. We congratulate Mike Ruddy for the new track record, and we congratulate Rick Taylor on the main event victory earlier this afternoon. So the dwarf cars already getting ready for tomorrow. And now it's time for the vintage racers and the midgets to work their way into the spotlight. Here tonight, qualifying coming up in a few moments. It'll be midgets and vintage racers in that order before we get into 8 races and main events. Oh, yes, how sweet it is. That's Johnny White out of Langley in a 1980 Jim Belfiore built offset super modified that was formerly driven by 2 of the all-time greats in our sport, Davey Hamilton and his dad, Kenny Hamilton. This car used to be known as the Pink Lady. Oh, careful, Johnny. Johnny, the younger brother of the legendary Marty White, who had hoped to be with us here this weekend, but unfortunately some back problems didn't allow him to be with us. But nice to have, as we said, younger brother Johnny here with us in the number 93 car. So the vintage racers and the midgets. Again, qualifying coming up momentarily. Midgets, line up, please, for qualifying. Midgets, line up for qualifying, please. You are next as we get set to go here tonight. And boy, what a crazy turn of events here. Just within the last hour or so, all of this smoke that has been so prevalent in the west part of the Fraser Valley and in Vancouver today has found its way here. Really hasn't been much smoke to speak of in these parts here today. But of course, it's all coming up this way from Washington, Oregon, and even California and the terrible forest fires they are experiencing down there. As we said this afternoon, we'll say it again here tonight, we miss all of our American friends, the competitors, the drivers, the crews, the officials, the fans that have made their way up here the last 3 years for this event. Many of them visiting Agassiz Speedway for the first time. We miss you. We'll have you back, we know, with all guns ablazing next year. But we do welcome you. We know so many of you watching online, and our thoughts and prayers are with you. We hope you're safe and able to get a little break from all of the nastiness to watch our racing action here from Agassiz Speedway today and tomorrow. Again, midgets qualifying coming up momentarily. Of course, a big thank you to all of our great sponsors here this weekend. Once again, this year, the title sponsor of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic is Brian's Auto Glass. If you need your car, truck, windshield repaired or replaced, see them at 32733 South Fraser Way in Abbotsford, right next to Wendy's. So we said, get yourself a Frosty while they're doing the work on your vehicle, and you'll be good to go. Tron Fabrication of Langley. Thank you, Paul Leslie McKellar up there in Peachland. Thank you, Leslie, for your generosity. The Willison family, Dave and Terry and Ryan and Aaron. Harding Motorsports Supply in Langley. Shane, thank you. Barry Martinez and Kelsey Carpenter and Company at Speedmart down in Burlington, Washington. Joe Constance at Joe's Racing Products in Everett, Washington, all providing contingency awards for our weekend of racing, as they all have for now the 4th straight year. Sean Holbert, Sean of the Dirt Racing Podcast in Everett, Washington, was up here the last couple of years helping us get on the Racing Boys Broadcasting Network. Sean, we know you're tuning in, and thank you for your donation as well. Patty Bennett, thank you for making all the trophies. Chris Timer, RT Motorsports, thank you, my friend. Finish Line Photos, thank you so much. And to all of our good friends with the Vancouver Giants, providing, again, as they have for now the 4th straight year for this race, 4 tickets, food, and drinks for an upcoming Vancouver Giants hockey game at the beautiful Langley Event Center. And hopefully, that season will start relatively soon. All right, time trials, folks, for the midgets. Track record is a 1:2:897 set by Greg Terod in 2017. The number 77 car back at Agassiz Speedway for the first time in about 5 years. He's a 2-time Agassiz Mini Stock champion and a former midget racer here from Langley, Jeremiah Franklin. Jeremiah Franklin, first lap was a 13:856. He now races on the dirt with the Northwest Focus Midgets in Washington and Oregon. This is the first time this car has ever been on the pavement. A 13:856, second lap better at a 13:726 for Jeremiah in the Chilliwack Ford, Reg Valiant Racing, Dolly's Tees, Kershaw Performance Beast. Tomorrow night, his 16-year-old son, Levi Klatt, will be behind the wheel of the 77. On the track now, the guy that finished second in this event last year, out of Abbotsford, Super Matt Glenn, defending Rookie of the Year in the midgets in the Goodwin's Greenhouses, Fraser Valley Fire Protection, Ultramotive entry. First lap for Super Matt, almost identical to Jeremiah's. How about that at a 13:728? Also sponsored by Gravity Design Studio and Motorway Fabrication. And the second lap is better at a 13.597. Up next, he's a former Agassiz Midget champion, former Northwest Focus Midget Series Rookie of the Year from Abbotsford, Sawyer Lind. Sawyer Lind in the Berkwin Signs and Printers Harding Forklift, sponsored Triple X, the 23-year-old who races this car primarily on the dirt, as well with the Northwest Focus Midgets. These dirt midgets are more upright than their pavement counterparts and don't quite hug the track in the low slung fashion that you'll see Troy Globe and all the other guys. Sawyer Lind 13.710. You know, the second lap better at a 13.604. He drives this car. He's also on the pit crew for Tyson Cross's Vintage Racer. And again, another car that is competing on the pavement for the first time. This guy racing at Agassiz for just the second time from Langley, the second generation driver, Riley Valiant. Riley Valiant, make it a third generation driver. Of course, his dad, Darcy Valiant, the former main event winner at Skagit, and his grandfather, Mo Valiant. This is Riley Valiant, the 88, and this is not even officially a midget car. This is a 1200 dirt mini sprint car that would normally race on the dirt at Deming Speedway. 14.505, Riley in the new line hose and fitting Bailey chassis. Riley Valiant out of Langley. In the second lap, 14.511. On the track now, the number 7 car, third in points here at Agassiz last year. He's raced sprint cars and midgets, dirt and pavement. Out of Surrey, it's Ron Jones. Ron Jones in the number 7 car. See if he can take fast time from Matt Glenn. Ron in the Grizzly Supplies, Goodwood's Greenhouses, Harding Forklift, Beast. Ronnie Jones, oh, careful, Ronnie. So that's going to mess up his first lap. He'll try and get some momentum, not a lot of it, for his second lap. Boy, tough break for Ronnie Jones. Not even going to tell you the time on the first lap. So this will be his official time, and it will be 4th on the grid at a 14.139. Tough break for Ronnie. On the track now, the 03 car. The rookie driver out of Chilliwack. It's Brady Rogers. Brady Rogers in that gorgeous 03 machine. The Kinetic Signs, OK Tire, Pitt Meadows, Instaglass, Stealth, All Truck Services, S&M Diesel, Custom Blacktop, Alpine Paving, Brian's Auto Glass, and Dams Ford. Brady Rogers, Chilliwack. Come around to complete his first lap. He'll be 4th at a 13.991. Again, it's not Tom Brady. It's not Aaron Rodgers. It's Brady Rogers, but he does have a brother named Aaron. If you're scoring with us, 13.866. And his brother, of course, is not the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers. Rodgers, as opposed to this Rodgers, Rogers. Up next, the number 37 car, the second-year driver from Delta. This is quick, Rick McKinney. Rick McKinney. In the 37, the McKinney Peary Racing Beast, 66 years young. And it looks like transponder issues on the 37 car. The transponder attached to these cars has to be attached correctly and has to be fully charged. And then it has to cooperate with the scoring loop at the start-finish line. Car number 15 back for his second year on the pavement with us. He's a three-time Deming Speedway champion and a former Clay Cup champ from Abbotsford, Aaron Fell. Aaron Fell. In the Tron Fabrication Bill Planko Racing Beast. He's also raced 360 and 410 sprint cars. See what he can do here on his first lap. Aaron Fell is fast time at a 13.505. You like apples? How about them apples, Rod Fell? His mom and dad watching tonight from Mexico on the beach. Second lap, a little slower at a 13.626. First lap, fast time at a 13.505 for Aaron Fell. He swept both nights here last year. He's the two-time and defending Agassiz champion and a former Washington midget champ. Formerly from Abbotsford, now a permanent resident of Agassiz. Worldwide, Troy Globe. Troy Globe in the Bryans Auto Glass, Hub Fire Engines, all small engine repair beast. Edmunds Batteries, Okia Massage. Fast time at a 13.400. 13.400. Second lap will be almost the same at a 13.463. First lap quicker at a 13.400 for Troy Globe, who not only swept both nights here a year ago, he set fast time, won the heat, and the main event both nights. So that is the ultimate clean sweep for worldwide Troy Globe. Well, the 38 car of Al Stanley obviously having some problems. And tried to get the transponder working on the 37 of McKinney. So we'll hope those guys can get back out there to get their official times in the books before we move into the vintage racers. Again, give those guys a moment or two to try and make it back out. Again, Al Stanley, the 38, last time we saw him, he was upside down in the race car here at Agassiz, the 64-year-old that raced just once with us last year and once this year after coming out of a 20-year retirement. Al raced hobby stocks here in the 80s and the 90s.
He didn't get any laps.
Okay,
He pulled right in.
that's what I wondered. I thought, okay, what happened?
And now we're still waiting on 37.
Yeah, because they're trying to get another, they were gonna.
Al Stanley, the 38 car, the Owls Auto Repair, Budget Roof Cleaning, Lordco Auto Parts, Devon Signs, Beast. So we're waiting on the 37 and the 38 midgets. Again, before we get into the vintage racers. All of this in our second session on this opening day of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. Just our second Friday race. We had the first one last year, so this is just the second Friday race in the 50-year history of Agassiz Speedway. Hello to Kevin Pohl. Couldn't be here, but he says he's wearing his Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic t-shirt from last year while watching us on the beach in Soyuz. Hello, Kevin. So we've got people watching, we know, all over British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, California, Nova Scotia, and as we said, Aaron Fell's parents live in Mexico now. They are watching us on the beach in Mexico, as they were a couple of weeks ago. Oh, the power of modern technology. So here we go. Here's quick Rick McKinney. We'll try it again. Rick McKinney out of Delta. 66-year-old second-year driver. A nice field of midgets. First time we've got into double figures in the number of midgets in a couple of years. 10 of them here tonight, usually 6, 7, or 8, depending on what the weekend is. And just like we said this afternoon with the dwarf cars, a credit to all of these drivers and crews and the midgets and the vintage racers for being here this weekend to put on the show for all of us. Well, first it was transponder issues, and now it's something else causing the problems for Quick Rick, not quite living up to his nickname right now. So a 19.383 and a 27.41. The good news, he got a couple of laps. Bad news is they weren't quite what he would have liked them to be. So the 38 of Al Stanley, still having some mechanical issues. He is in his pit area, so it looks like we will head towards the vintage racers. And again, folks, these are sprint cars, super modifieds, and roadsters from the 70s, 80s, 90s. And the track record was set here 1 year ago by Ron Brewer of Kelowna at a 13.329. That's what they're shooting for here tonight, 13.329.
So the message you're going out now, we're not going to worry about the other midgets.
And again, without our American visitors and without some of our regulars on this series able to get some of their parts from the U.S., not quite as many cars as we are used to having. Last year, we had 17 of these beautiful racing machines, but we might not have the quantity, but I'm telling you, folks, we have got the quality here tonight. Enjoy it, because this truly is a privilege to be able to watch and talk about these great cars and drivers. What a diverse group as we turn back the clocks. And first up will be, again, like Troy Globe, the guy that won both the main events here last year, sweeping both nights. And a winner in Penticton already earlier this year from Langley, Tyson Cross. Tyson Cross in the 1990 Schnee chassis with a 360 power plant. Underneath the hood, again, 13.329 is what they're gunning for. Tyson's first lap is a 13.952, 13.952 for Tyson. Big thanks to Jeff Kennedy for the engine, Bob Wills for the race car. The second lap, slower to 14.147. Amsoil, Maple Ridge Motorsports, Rick Bitts, Speedmart, Harding Forklift, and Fortin's engines for Tyson Cross. On the track now, the number 21 car. "75 years old." From Vernon, this is John Wills. John Wills, the 75-year-old in this 1993 Jim Belfiore built offset super modified 388 cubic inch engines of power. First lap, 14.559. In the former Jeff Cook driven car, we know Jeff watching down in Spokane, Washington tonight. Hello, Jeff. Wish you could be here. Glad you're tuning in. Second lap better at a 14.448 for 75-year-old John Wills from Vernon. This guy's raced here many times before in a late model stock car. He's a former Westcar Series champion, former Penticton Speedway street stock champion, just his second year in the vintage sprints. From Colleton, BC, this is Matt Stevenson. Matt Stevenson, the winner in Penticton a couple of weeks ago in his 1988 Tog Noddy. Second here last year on the Friday night. Behind Tyson Cross, first lap is fastest so far to 13.700, 13.700 for Matt Stevenson. The second lap, just 2/10 off the track record at a 13.555. Track record's a 13.3. He just turned a 13.5. Matt Stevenson out of Colleton. In the 9N, another simply gorgeous racing machine. Up next, it's a 1979 former USAC Champ dirt car built by Roger Beck, 383 cubic inches. For the 65 out of Coquitlam, Jeff Kennedy. Jeff Kennedy. Out of Coquitlam, younger brother of the late Reg Kennedy that used to race stock cars all over Western Canada and the Northwest states. First lap for Jeff, 15.100. Valley Countertops, Silestone by Cosentino, Dominion Lending Centers, Lordco Auto Parts, Inland Kenworth. In the second lap for Jeff, Banner at 15.010. And a special hello to Jerry Day tuning in down in Renton, Washington tonight. Jerry, the former Skagit Speedway champion, was here with us last year. Well, race fans, you talk about dedication. This guy was here last night in his regular number 11 car, but he blew the engine, and we thought the weekend for him was over. He had this car transported down from Kelowna today so he could race with us. The guy that we used to watch at Langley Speedway from Kelowna, Bill Lawrence. Bill Lawrence, originally from Aldergrove, now living in Kelowna. First time he's ever been in this car here tonight. 1985. Tognati. And that's third quick at a 14.319. In the second lap for Bill, Benner at a 14.051. Used to drive the number 1 modified stock at Langley Speedway against Marty White and all the other greats. And then stepped away from racing for a bit and then got back into it with the NASCAR Northwest Tour for late model stock cars, racing all over the Northwest, and Victoria and Evergreen and Portland and the old Spanaway Speedway. Well, this guy is a former track record holder here at Agassiz in the 92 car. It's a 1995 Lejeune chassis, another 360 power plant out of Abbotsford, Dean Warmerdam. Dean Warmerdam, they call him the Flying Dutchman. Brought to you by the Warmerdam Bulb Company. And folks, this is going to be a good time. I'm going to tell you right now, this is going to be strong. Will it be fastest? It'll be second quick. At a 13.694, Stevenson turned to 13.5. He just turned to 13.6. Listen to the rumble. Listen to the roar. And the second lap will be 13.829. First lap quicker, though, at a 13.694. Second only to the 9N of Stevenson. Well, we saw his brother on the track moments ago in the number 9 car. This is the number 15 from Karameus. This is Pat Lawrence. Pat Lawrence in the 15, and unlike his brother Bill, Pat has very limited racing experience just with these cars within the last couple of years. Pat Lawrence out of Karameus. Driving a 1985 Gambler chassis. Again, with a 360 power plant. 14.979 first lap for Pat. 68 years young. And second lap, a little better at a 14.908. So Bill Lawrence is fourth. Brother Pat, sixth on the grid. Just a couple of cars left. This guy had a few problems earlier this afternoon, but when he had it going, it was going strong. This car, last time we saw it here, it was number 14. Now the 93, which is what it used to be back in the day. There we go. From Langley, Johnny White. Again, as we said earlier, younger brother of the great Marty White. A 1980 Jim Belfiore built offset super modified. Again, used to be driven, as we said earlier, by Davey and Kenny Hamilton. It was pink. It was called the Pink Lady. Davey Hamilton raced this car to an NSRA championship back in the day. This car raced the Phoenix International Raceway a number of times with both Davey and Kenny behind the wheel. First lap for Johnny White, 14.672. Second lap, a little better at a 14.549. And that should be it for qualifying time trials. Just 2/10 off the track record. Fast time tonight in the 9N car. Matt Stevenson. How about a hand for Matt? Out of Cleveland, and as we said, a lot of laps here in a late model stock car, but just his second time here in the open wheel variety. 13.555 for Matt Stevenson. Dean Warmerdam not far behind. Stevenson a 13.5, Warmerdam a 13.6. 94, Tyson Cross third at 13.952. Bill Lawrence fourth at a 14.051. Johnny White at a 14.549. Your top 5 qualifiers, as we said. What a beautiful sight and what beautiful sounds those cars as they roar around the Agassiz Speedway here this weekend. So we said, not the quantity that we usually have, and we knew it wouldn't be with everything that's going on in this bizarre year of 2020. Not the quantity, but certainly the quality. So again, Matt Stevenson, congratulations, Matt. He's just won himself $50 courtesy of the Willison family. Thank you, Dave and Terry and Ryan and Aaron and Brittany. And they got another $50 on the line tomorrow night for Quick Time in the Vintage Racers. Vice President of Agassiz Speedway, Daryl Pareco, his son, tuning in from Amarillo, Texas, as we speak. So, all over the map, they are tuned in to the big broadcast tonight. Again, we welcome you, whether you're here in person or watching online. This is our second session of this opening day of the 2-day, 4th annual Fred Rannard Sr. Open Wheel Classic. And this year's event is brought to you, again, by Brian's Auto Glass, South Fraser Way in Abbotsford, by Tron Fabrication in Langley, Leslie McKellar up there in Peachland. Thank you so much. The Willison family, as we said, in Surrey. Barry Martinez and all our friends at Speed Mart down in Burlington, Washington. Joe Constance, Joe's Racing Products. Shane Harding, Harding Motorsports Supply. Patty Bennett, thank you for the trophies. Chris Timer, thank you for helping orchestrate and organize our beautiful Winner's Circle sign. Sean Hulbert, thank you, my friend. Sean on the Dirt Racing Podcast. He's probably going back and forth between Deming and Agassiz tonight. Kind of weird to think that just an hour or so away from us, Deming Speedway racing right now on the dirt, with no Canadians in attendance. And here we are racing here. So we said just an hour or so away with no Americans with us. As we said, it is a bizarre world we are living in. But Sean, we know, as we said, you're tuning in back and forth between the two. And again, our good friends, Ron Toigo, Dale Sipe, and all of our friends that have been with us from day one of this event. The Vancouver Giants, of course, play out of the beautiful Langley Event Center, and again have provided us, like so many of our other great sponsors, with contingency awards here this weekend. So we're going to take a break in the action. The drivers' meeting coming up in a few moments. We'll be back with national anthems and opening ceremonies coming up in about 10 minutes' time. You're watching exclusive live coverage of the 4th Annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic live from the Agassiz Speedway in Agassiz, British Columbia.
Well, last time 13.5, track record 13.3, weren't far off. Okay.
That's cool, nice. Yeah, it is. It's a lot cooler than those last time.
We have to get it its own little air conditioner.
Yeah, we have to get a fan blowing cool air in that window.
This one here going down, but
Yeah, we gotta get it from outside.
I tried to split the encoding between the CPU and the GPU. Still doesn't work.
Timers watching, Paul Sorensen, announcer from Victoria watching, Ron Digital, driver watching.
Yeah.
Needs to sell racing wheels at Langley. And then, he's got a program and he's got he beat down to the right of me for being that beside the ticket taker. Actually, it's Dave, instead of bringing this to still in the But what do you think that's what it's for? it? James, have you seen it? Aaron, you watched Canada 200?
No, I didn't, I was going to when I.
For most of the first half of the race, former Agassiz champions were running 1, 2, 3, 4. Dave Hemrick, Corbin Thomas, Russ Jansen, and Rob Angus were 1, 2, 3, 4. And then only one of them finished.
Bobby Kuhn,
Blew up early. Poor Russ. Well, first of all, poor Dave. He was the dominant car the first half of the race and got in a crash. The guy he crashed with went out to win. But then Russ Jansen, he only raced there once before. He was in the top 5 all night. And the first half of the race, they didn't count yellow flag laps. The guy that ended up winning the race was in the pits, and they went 4 or 5 laps under yellow. He came back out, still in the lead lap. They weren't counting yellow. He goes on to win. Russ, who was in the top 5 all day, spins out and couldn't get it restarted, so he sat there for like 2 laps. So he went 2 laps down, so he ended up like 12th or 13th instead of like 4th. But and then they said at about lap 190, okay, we're running late. Next flag ends the race, whether it's yellow, red, or checkered, it's over. So Brandon Carlson ran through the grass in turn 3, ran into Daryl Midgley. And Daryl Midgley was so mad, he didn't drive into the pits, he drove out of the track into the parking lot outside the truck and trailer because he was just so, because it's his dad's memorial race, so he never won it.
Yeah, I drove by their truck up in Alberta on my way up. Pipeline truck or whatever, the
Yeah.
red and white and blue stuff.
Yeah. I've been using this so far. It's going great. This stuff has obviously James. This is kitchen. Me?
Says no.
Tomorrow I will. But thanks for asking. Aaron, could you quickly put the qualifying order for vintage on the screen? Great. Hey, so long.
Lap checking live.
Thank you, Aaron.
I can't imagine doing lap checking on like one of those 100-lap races.
Yeah,
He didn't run lap 63.
yeah, it was bad enough when we just did that, what was it, midgets or
I
something?
think it was 4 midgets running.
Yeah.
We're like,
The hardest part is a lot of cars on a small track.
Well, yeah.
Like World of Outlaws, they'll start 24 cars on a track this big. Imagine that. And sometimes non-stop, no yellows or reds. So you're just full way. And then you get lap cars in the mix.
I wouldn't even want to try to do it.
And sometimes the lighting's not good. The easy ones is a few cars on a big track. Right? You have lots of time before they come out.
because doing last year I was working with Karen Wilkie at the Derby doing that.
That was free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was free.
Yeah.
Niagara Fair.
That was fun. 'Cause then
Yeah,
you got,
really.
then you got cars doing pirouettes and
Yes.
doing the circle track race. You're like trying to call out numbers as they go across. Couldn't
Again, lots of our great friends tuning in from far and wide that couldn't be here with us. Chris Timer, actually he's not far and wide away, down the road in Mission. Couldn't be here with us tonight, but he'll be here tomorrow, along with Nigel Raymond, the RT Motorsports team. Again, Chris, thank you for all your help with this event the last couple of years. Our good friend Ron Michaud up in Courtenay, BC on the island. Ron, it's not the same without you, my friend. And we look forward to having you back here next year. And the fine young announcer at the Western Speedway in Victoria now works for Czech TV. And you heard him announcing the Canada 200 last Sunday night live on Czech TV. Cole Sorensen tuning in from Victoria this evening. Cole, hello to you, my friend, and nice job broadcasting the Canada 200 last Sunday in a wild and crazy 200 lapper that featured a lot of yellows, a lot of reds, but a whole lot of great racing. In between it all, as we said for a while, in the first half of the race, it was former Agassiz Speedway champions running 1, 2, 3, 4 with Dave Hemrick, Rob Angus, Corbin Thomas, and Russ Jansen all up front. As we said, unfortunately, for 3 out of the 4 of them, it was only Russ Jansen that was running at the finish. And speaking of the finish, what a wild one it was with Brandon Carlson picking up the victory over his younger brother. And Corbin Thomas, the 3-time champion, doing another great job coming home in the number 3 spot.
Well done. Dave, you ready, my friend?
All right, folks, at this time, we would like to officially welcome each and every one of you back to Agassiz Speedway for this day number 1 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. In today's afternoon session, we had dwarf cars. We congratulate Penticton's Rick Taylor on the big win earlier today. And tonight, we focus over to the vintage cars and the midgets here this evening. Dashes, heat races, and main events all coming up. Yes, things are a whole lot different this year, but we're still going to have a great time with great racing all weekend long. But of course, before we go racing, we ask you all to please rise, remove your hats, and join our good friend Dave Balkwell in the singing of both the Star Spangled Banner and O Canada. Dave?
Thank you, Fred. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, a true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Dave Balkwell. Dave, again, thank you so much here with us all weekend. And so we had a great dwarf car race this afternoon. We had 13 of them from the island, the Okanagan, and the Lower Mainland. We're going to bump that up to like 16 or 17 tomorrow. And vintage cars and midgets here tonight. As we said earlier, the first time we've been into double figures in the number of midgets here with us tonight. We've got 10. That's the most we've had here in a couple of years. And again, we knew we wouldn't have the quantity of cars in the vintage races that we usually have for obvious reasons. Our American visitors can't be here. A lot of the Canadians can't get the parts they need up from the U.S. But Dave, I said it in the press release a couple of weeks ago. The racers still wanted to race. The track still wanted to race. My mom, my brother, and myself, we still wanted to have the race in memory of Dad. And you know what? We know it's not going to be the same. We're missing a lot of our friends in the pits and in the grandstand. We know they're here in spirit. We'll be back to normal next year. In the meantime, we're going to have fun this weekend.
We are. We're going to have a good time. In fact, I remember your dad from Langley Speedway. That's got to be 40 or 50 years ago. So I guess we're getting a little old, long in the tooth, but we still love our auto racing, so here we are.
Yeah, Dad did public relations at Langley Speedway in the 1970s and then down at Skagit in the 80s and 90s. And just, you know, like you and I, Dave, we've just met so many great people over the years. I always say the racing's always been great, always has been, always will be. But it's the people you meet and the memories you make along the way that make it all worthwhile.
Yeah, it is. There's some good people in auto racing, and we love them all, and we're happy to put on a show for them here tonight.
And we say hello to all of our friends, whether they're on the island, the Okanagan, up north, back east, or down south. Washington, Oregon, California, going through the terrible forest fires right now. Thoughts and prayers with you, and glad we could at least provide this entertainment for them online.
Yeah, it's been great. In fact, I'm going to have to phone my family. I just spent a week and a half in Alberta and drove back yesterday to be here for today from Calgary. And I'm going to have to phone my brothers and tell them they better get on YouTube and have a look at what we're doing here. So I'm the oldest. They got to pay attention.
And of course, you, Dave, as well. Yeah, that's for sure. And of course, you, Dave, as a dual citizen of both Canada and the U.S., and all of our American friends, we're thinking of everybody that lost loved ones 19 years ago today on this, the anniversary of 9/11.
Yeah, that was a date that will live on in our hearts forever. And it's not something we like to think about, but that's the way it is, and we'll deal with it.
And amidst all the craziness and uncertainties and events being postponed and canceled, I said it in the press release a couple of weeks ago that I wrote, Dave, if for no other reason, at least people didn't have to read about another big event getting canceled or postponed, we're going racing this weekend.
Yeah, it would have just been nice to see the Canucks go a few games more.
They gave it a valiant effort, and I don't mean a Darcy, Reg, or Riley valiant effort. Dave, thanks so much. Always good to hear you sing. Always good to talk to you. And you're back tomorrow, right?
I'm back. We'll do her till we're done.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Fred.
How about a hand for Dave Balkwell, folks?
The lights going outside. I know. They go outside too.
Oh, okay.
And I have a hard time reading my notes when I don't have. When I don't have them on.
So race fans, just like this afternoon, in the heat races, we're going to have 2 rounds of heats for both the midgets and the vintage racers. The first round of heat races will be lined up traditionally, as we do here, fully inverted with the fast cars at the back. Round 2 will be straight up with the fast cars at the front. 30-lap main event, 10-lap heat races, 30-lap main events for all 3 classes here this weekend. The 30-lap features will be, again, fully inverted by time. But unlike this afternoon, we are going to have a trophy dash to start off the evening tonight. The vintage racers with the 4 fastest qualifiers for 4 laps of competition, which will be kicking things off. So it will be, as we say, your 4 fastest qualifiers: Matt Stevenson, Dean Warmerdam, Tyson Cross, and Bill Lawrence as our first competitive event of the night coming right up. Get a big thanks to all of our great sponsors this weekend: Brian's Auto Glass, Abbotsford, Tron Fabrication, Langley, Leslie McKellar, Peachland, the Willison family in Surrey, Harding Motorsports Supply, Langley Speed Mart, Burlington, Washington, Joe's Racing Products down in Everett, Sean Holbert, Sean on the Dirt Racing Podcast, Everett, Washington, Patty Bennett, Trophies, Chris Timer, RT Motorsports, Finish Line Photos, and Vancouver Giants Hockey, all helping us bring you the 4th annual Fred Rannard Sr. Open Wheel Classic. I'm Fred Rannard Jr. So glad you could join us, as we said, either in person or online. My brother Rob also in attendance both nights for the 2nd year in a row. Our 89-year-old mom, she is tuning in from North Vancouver this evening. And again, as we always say, on behalf of our entire family, thank you all for your support of this race for the 4th year. And when we say thank you, we mean all of you. Great fans here in the grandstands, watching online, all the drivers and crews and race officials, everyone from the vintage racers, Tyson Cross and Dean Warmerdam, helping bring out those guys, all the dwarf cars from the Island Dwarf Car Club, and the Okanagan Dwarf Cars, Dave Wright, Mike Ruddy, and Rick Taylor, and Elliot Klug, and everyone with the midgets, Brian and Troy Globe, helping us get to, as we said, the largest field of midgets we've had here in a number of years. Again, thanks to all of you. So here they come, the vintage racers for the trophy dash. Up front will be the number 9 car. It's a 1985 Tognati with a 360 engine underneath the hood. The driver, 69 years young, originally from Aldergrove, now living in Kelowna, the great Bill Lawrence. Bill Lawrence, car number 9, the former modified sportsman racer at Langley Speedway. Later went on to race with the NASCAR Northwest Tour, your 4th quick qualifier. 3rd quick on the outside of the front row, the number 83 car, sweeping both nights here last year in the 1990 Schnee chassis, the 360 engine under the hood. The 2nd generation driver from Langley, Tyson Cross. Inside row number 2, 2nd quick, the number 92 car in the 1995 Lejeune chassis with a 360 power plant. 2nd here last year on the Saturday night behind Tyson Cross, the former track record holder from Abbotsford, the Flying Dutchman, Dean Warmerdam. And in the 9 Ed, your fast qualifier here tonight, driving a 1988 Tognati 360 engine, the former Westcar late model stock car champion in British Columbia from beautiful Culloden, BC, Matt Stevenson. 4 cars for 4 laps. This is the Pizza Pie Man Trophy Dash. As they power down the front straightaway through 1 and 2, it'll be Tyson Cross to the point. Leading lap number 1, Bill Lawrence running second. Stevenson and Warmerdam hooked up in Holland. Look at them go. Cross, 8-10 car lengths the advantage. Picking right up where he left off last year when, as we said, he swept both nights of competition here. Bill Lawrence doing a great job holding off Stevenson and Warmerdam. Good race for second. Toss a blanket. Somebody quickly over those 3. White flag. 1 lap to go for the 83 car. Down the back straightaway for the final time. As cool as Gretzky on a breakaway. Tyson Cross, your winner. Stevenson, Lawrence, and Warmerdam. Race fans, it took a whopping 1 minute and 15 seconds. How about it for all 4 of those guys? So as we said, Tyson picking right up where he left off last year. Winning both nights, Friday and Saturday. Picked up the win up in Penticton earlier this season. Doing their regular maintenance on the car this week. They found problems with inside the engine. Thought they might be able to make the repairs, couldn't. Thanks to their good friend Jeff Kennedy, owner-driver of the 65 car. He lent them one of his engines to put into this car so Tyson could race with us. So again, a big thanks to Jeff Kennedy for the engine, Bob Wills for the race car, Amsoil, Maple Ridge Motorsports, Rick Bitts, Speedmart, Harding Forklift, Wharton's Engines. There he is, your winner, Tyson Cross. Nice job, my friend. Bring him out for a photo with Terry and Jim. Snap of the pictures. Tyson, of course, the second-generation star, following in the footsteps of his dad, Jack, who drove down from Merritt here today. Many-time winner on the dirt at Skagit Speedway in a sprint car. Traveled with the Northern Sprint Tour for a number of years in Washington and Oregon, Montana and Alberta. We had some fun times on the road, huh, Tyson? All the stories we could tell. And then changed over to the pavement sprint cars, raced with NSRA for quite a few years, and then back to the dirt, the mini sprints at Deming, where he is now a 2-time Deming Speedway champion. Let me hear you one more time, folks. Tyson Cross. Good job, Tyson. Like so many of these drivers, second, third generation drivers, and again, Tyson's dad, Blackjack Cross, for so many years in both super modifieds and then stock cars at the old Langley Speedway. And Jack, the first main event winner. Again, Dave, Terry Willison, those of you scoring at home with us, we know there's some of you out there got the pencil and paper and keeping notes of all this stuff Fred is talking about. Jack Cross, Tyson's dad, won the first ever race at the old Skadam Raceway up on the Skadam Flats in Kamloops. Dave Wright, you like apples? How about them apples, Dave? Dave, you've never been up to Skadam Raceway, did you? Kamloops. Dave, thanks for being here, buddy. Thanks for helping organize the dwarf cars. You helped a lot, Dave. Come on now, we give credit where credit is due. Dave, how bizarre this year with no P&E, huh? Even though we're not there anymore with the demolition derbies and the stunt shows and the mini stocks. It's just, as I say, folks, it's just off the charts, just crazy. These storied, historic events like the Calgary Stampede and the Abbotsford Air Show and the P&E and the Sea Fair, Sea Festival down in Seattle that have been going on for over 100 years. Not this year. But we just hope and pray and cross our fingers that things will be back to normal sooner than later. I mean, just so bizarre to think, as I say, that Deming Speedway is racing right now, an hour from here, with no Canadians racing or there watching. And here we are, the same night, with no Americans racing or watching. But we're still keeping in touch. We will always keep in touch with our great friends all over the racing world. And glad you're tuned in, as we said, online or here in person. Sean Holbert, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I know he's probably going back and forth between Deming, us here, World of Outlaws in Dodge City, Kansas, tonight and tomorrow. You want to hear a little Dodge City, Kansas? Hey, Nugget, hold on here, buddy. Dave, Nugget. I got to tell you a little story here. You'll appreciate this. Ross, you'll appreciate it. Dodge City, Kansas, that's where the Outlaws are racing tonight. So I'm announcing there a number of years ago, and Sammy Swindell wins the main event. So I'm down in the winner's circle waiting for him. He's got to go through the pits, come back onto the track, go through tech. And I'm waiting down to do the winner's circle interview. Well, where's Sammy? He should be back out here right now. Just won the race, dominating fashion. Next thing I know, they're pushing out Steve Kinzer. Sammy Swindell, 1 pound light at the scales. Steve Kinzer crossed the line second. So all of a sudden, I had to get ready for Steve Kinzer questions instead of Sammy Swindell questions. Anyway, Dodge City, Kansas. That's where the Outlaws are tonight and tomorrow. You want to hear a Richmond, Virginia story? That's where NASCAR is this weekend. Anyway, no, I won't. I'll save that one for tomorrow night. Sean Holbert, I know you're... Anyway, the weather, I know, isn't very good in Richmond. Not Richmond, BC, Dave. Not Richmond, BC. They're not racing in the Lansdowne Mall parking lot. Richmond, Virginia, the Outlaws at Dodge City, Kansas. NASCAR trucks last night, Xfinity tonight, and then the Cup Series tomorrow, race number 2 of the chase. Kevin Harvick, the winner last week at Darlington, dominating season for Harvick with his 8th win of the year, so he's already guaranteed a spot in round 2. Indy cars are at Mid-Ohio Saturday and Sunday, and huge dirt late model racing at Eldora Speedway in Ohio this weekend. Normally this is the World 100 weekend. It's not the World 100, but it's a 3-day event last night, tonight, and tomorrow. It'll be $50,000 to win tomorrow night. Winnipeg, Manitoba's Ricky Weiss, a nice 3rd place finish at Eldora last night. We wish him all the best. And Sean Holbert, thank you very much, my friend. Jacob Allen, the winner tonight in Dodge City, Kansas. Finally, it has happened, his first ever Outlaw win. Jacob Allen in his dad's Shark Racing #1 car. Thanks, Sean. And his cousin, Logan Schuchart, finishing 2nd. Dodge City, Kansas. All right, heat races coming up. It'll be the midgets up first. Midget heat race number 1. Again, all the heat races, 10 laps. So midgets and vintage racers, fully inverted in round 1, straight up in round 2, and then 30 laps for the midgets and the vintage racers and the dwarf cars all weekend. Trying to keep it simple. 10-lap heats, 30-lap features all weekend long. This afternoon we said hi to our dwarf car friends that couldn't be here. Tonight we say hi to all of our West Coast vintage racers. The drivers, the crews, the friends and family down in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho that couldn't be here. The legend Ralph Monet, originally from Burnaby, now living in Spokane. And Maureen, we know you're watching. Hi to you. Hi to Jeff Cook, as we said, nice to see your old car, the 21 car, out here tonight with John Wills, Jeff Cook, Bill Birdsell, race director for the series, watching down in Oregon, and the great Jerry Day that joined us here last year, the former Skagit Speedway champion, watching in Renton, Washington tonight. Dixon Helgeson, Frankie Volts over in Spokane. Hello to all of you. Looks like the 38 car of Al Stanley might not make it. So in the meantime, up front, the 37 out of Delta. That is Quick Rick McKinney. The number 7 out of Surrey, Ron Jones. And the rookie, the 03 from Chilliwack, Brady Rogers. Heat 1 for the Mighty Midgets is underway. Ron Jones, like he's been shot out of the cannon to the early lead. Jones, McKinney, Rogers, 1, 2, 3. Two laps complete, 8 to go. The veteran of dirt and pavement, sprint cars and midgets, 61-year-old Ron Jones out of Surrey, setting a wicked pace. And as Van Earl Wright used to say late night on CNN Sports, look at him go. And then during baseball highlights, it was Reggie Jackson went deep over the wall in left field. As we harken back, Ron Jones crosses the stripe to complete lap number 6. 6 down, 4 to go, if my math is correct. Just like we'll do at the hotel Sunday morning, Ronnie Jones is checked out. Slap the keys on the counter at the front desk. He's gone. Jones, Rogers running second, McKinney third. With 8 complete, 2 to go. White flag, 1 more lap. No, McKinney comes to a stop. Hopefully Ronnie Jones is watching. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Brady Rogers, please be careful. Oh my, oh my, oh my, race fans. Just when you think we're all on cruise control, there's only 3 cars out there, that could have been disastrous. How about a hand for Ron Jones and Brady Rogers to get by without incident? Folks, I'm telling you that things happen in a hurry out there. 37 of McKinney just comes to a stop in the 4th turn. So how about a hand for your winner in the Grizzly Supplies, Goodwin's Greenhouses, Harding Forklift, Lordco Auto Parts, Beast, the 61-year-old out of Surrey, rockin' Ron Jones. Nice job, Ron. Nice job, Brady Rogers. Again, for those of you tuning in for the first time, don't be confused. I know the NFL season started last night. It's not Tom Brady. It's not Aaron Rodgers. Brady Rogers is his name. However, he does have a brother named Aaron. But he's not the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers. Richard Brewer. How you doing, Rich? Rich, tomorrow's a new day, my friend. Tomorrow is a new day. You've won here before, and I know you'll bounce back in a big way tomorrow. Richard Brewer leading most of the dwarf car race earlier today. Lap traffic. How often do we say it? Often decides these races. And it did this afternoon as Rick Taylor and Mike Ruddy and Stuart Lee were able to get by. So we got another one for the midgets coming up momentarily. And we can tell you that up front will be the 77, a 2-time Agassiz mini stock champion that hasn't raced here in over 5 years, now racing with the Northwest Focus midgets. Out of Langley, Jeremiah Franklin. First time for this car ever on the dirt. His 16-year-old son, Levi, will race the car tomorrow night. Car number 88. Just his 2nd time ever racing here, just like Jeremiah's car. First time this car has ever been on the pavement. The 3rd generation driver, his grandfather Mo, his father Darcy. Grandfather used to race at Langley. Father Darcy, a main event winner many times on the dirt at Skagit in the 80s and the 90s in that familiar 88 car. The young man out of Langley, the 88, Riley Valiant. Car number 9, former Agassiz champion and a former Northwest Focus Midget Series Rookie of the Year, now racing on the dirt. Out of Abbotsford, it's Tom Sawyer Lind in the 9 machine. Car number 19, defending Rookie of the Year here at Agassiz. He finished 2nd to Troy Globe here 1 year ago. Out of Abbotsford, 2nd generation star, Super Matt Glenn. And car number 15, with his mom and dad watching us live on the beach in Mexico with pina coladas in hand, or maybe a strawberry daiquiri, one or the other. You know, the ones with the little umbrellas in them. Watching their son race on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. And what a job he's doing here these last couple of years, just his 2nd year with us on the pavement. For the 3-time Deming Speedway champion and a former Clay Cup champ from Abbotsford, Aaron Fell. And fast time again tonight, after sweeping both nights here last year. For the 2-time and defending Agassiz Speedway champion and the former Washington Midget Racing Association champ, and as we tell you, just one of 2 Canadians in the storied history of that series. One of just 2 Canadians, the other Trevor Boyce out of Calgary, to win a championship. Originally from Abbotsford, as of a couple of weeks ago, he is now a permanent resident of Agassiz. That always good looking, always fast, number 11 car. We call him worldwide Troy Globe. who volunteers a ton, and I mean a ton of his own time with a lot of the different fire departments around the Lower Mainland, now here in Agassiz, formerly in Abbotsford, went up north the last couple of summers to fight fires in central and northern BC. Troy Globe in the 11. Perfect here this year so far in our races earlier in the season, 2 out of 2. And in the last 2 years, folks, an amazing 10 wins in our last 11. Midget races, again, if you're scoring with us. And again, Sean Holbert just feeding us all kinds of information that we could. And race fans, first of all, how about a hand for Jack's Towing? Wayne Goodwin behind the wheel, Jack's Towing. And Aggressive Towing, the new tow truck services of Agassiz Speedway. That is not the way you want to go back to the pit area. And how about a hand for Rick McKinney in the 37? Hopefully that's not as bad as it looks. So if you can believe it, tonight, Kyle Larson just having one of the most phenomenal years in the history of open wheel racing ever. Now, without question, amongst the elite of all time, whether it's A.J. Foyt or Mario Andretti or the great Tony Stewart, with the World of Outlaws wins and All-Star wins and Pennsylvania Speedway wins and midget victories. USAC's Silver Crown win a couple of weeks ago on the mile in Indiana. And simply amazing, winning the dirt late model race in just his first weekend ever in a dirt late model in Pennsylvania a couple of weeks ago. Kyle Larson actually was defeated tonight by Lance DeWeese at Port Royal, Pennsylvania, after a pretty nasty crash for Larson last night. Thanks for the update, Sean. And again, hey, Sean, if you find out who won the dirt late model race at Eldora tonight, let us know. Maybe it was Ricky Weiss from Winnipeg. They call him the Blue Bomber, Ricky Weiss. No, they don't. They call him the Manitoba Missile. Okay, folks, another 10-lapper for the midgets. Again, fully inverted by time. Fast car at the back. Then we'll bring out the vintage racers. Then we'll bring them back out a second time, straight up by time. Pick out a favorite, cheer them on. Don't blink. Why, you ask? Why? Because you might miss it. Elbows up, hammer down. Here we go. As they chase Jeremiah Franklin. Welcome back to Agassiz, my friend, the two-time mini-stock champion here. Is leading the way with the former midget champ Sawyer Lind to the inside. Sawyer Lind takes the lead. Former Agassiz midget champ. Lind with the advantage. Aaron Fell puts the 15 car into the runner-up spot. Working lap number 4 of 10. Lind, Fell, Glenn, Franklin, and Troy Globe. Troy Globe, again, the engine not sounding right. It didn't sound right qualifying, and definitely not up to par in the 11 car. And you can hear it. Those are 4-cylinder Ford Focus engines. That thing sounds like it's running on 2, maybe 3 cylinders. Listen. Not used to seeing Troy have problems in the meantime, but in between time, as Ed Whalen used to say on Stampede Wrestling. Back up front, 7 down, 3 to go. Still Lind, Fell, Glenn, and Franklin. As Troy pulls to the pits. This is his undefeated streak in the Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic comes to an end. Working lap number 9, which means a white flag next time by. 1 lap to go for Tom Sawyer. Down the backstretch into 3 and off of 4. A Sunday drive on a Friday night for Sawyer Lind. Fell second, Glenn third, Franklin and Globe. Well, that one took 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go 10 laps. I told you not to blink. You might miss it. So your winner in the 9S, the former Agassiz champion, in the Berkwin Signs and Printers Harding Forklift, sponsored Triple X, the 23-year-old from Abbotsford. Let him hear you, folks. Sawyer Lind. And as we say, the fans here clap, and those of you at home, just shake your drink around a little bit and let us hear the ice cubes clinking away. As we try and get this afternoon, it was wasps flying around inside the tower, and it's tonight these moths. What the heck is with all the moths these days? They're everywhere. I'm woken up in the middle of the night by one the other night. The cars and stars of the West Coast Vintage Racers coming up next. Not officially a WCVR sanctioned event here this year. Vintage Racers nonetheless. Murray Jones, how are you, my friend? Murray Jones, that has raced everything and won in everything except a late model here at Agassiz in the history of this racetrack. Drives his 55 street stock in our modern day era here, the beautiful 55 Chevy. Started the weekend off here last year with us, but unfortunately a violent, and I mean violent crash, hot lapping Friday afternoon last year. The throttle stuck on the backstretch, and he went head on into the concrete in turn number 3. Good news, Murray was okay. Bad news, the car was virtually destroyed and hasn't been back on the track since. Ron Fell chiming in. Again, if you're here in person and you're not familiar with our YouTube feed, at first we tried Facebook at the beginning, then we realized YouTube was a clearer, sharper picture. We also have a live chat there as well, so many of the people tuned in from far away. Jim Dennis. Oh, Jim, my friend, hello to you. We remember you and Joel here for the very first one back in 2016, and thanks so much to all of you for remembering 5 years ago this past Wednesday, Jim down in beautiful Snohomish, Washington tonight. Former flagman at Skagit and the Northern Sprint Tour. And Ron Fell, he says he's having what is it? No, not Corona. You don't want to be drinking a Corona beer in this world we're living in right now. I think that could be bad news. Stay away from the Corona. He's going with the, what is it, the Dos Equis? Dos Equis? Is that how we say it? The Cerveza, anyway. Ron Fell. Murray Jones, come on in here, buddy. Ron Fell watching from Mexico. We got Daryl's son down in Texas, and all our great friends that couldn't be here down in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. Great to see you here, my friend. Is this like the bizarro world or what? Like I say, Deming's racing tonight with no Canadians. We're racing here with no Americans. What the heck's going on, Murray?
Well, I'm a conspiracy theorist at heart, so this is a time of an era that kind of I'm thriving in. But anyways, I'm up here because I wanted to say what an honor it is to have you as an announcer. And your dad obviously set a path for you, and I'm so proud that our track has you as an announcer. And I'm really sorry again that your dad was lost, but it sure is great having you here as our voice.
Murray, careful here, man. There's got this salty discharge coming out of my eyes right now. Thank you so much. I mean, Dad made it to 92. It was 5 years ago this past Wednesday, September 9th. He had a great life, met so many great people, and all the way back to the Langley days, and of course you, the president of the Langley Speedway Historical Society, and thanks for the kind words, Murray. And we miss you out there, man, in the Al Levine car.
I miss it too. I'm really sorry to Al. You know, I couldn't control the situation. I know he's getting the car fixed. Hopefully I'll be back. If not, I got the street stock going, and I'm helping a couple guys with their dwarf cars, trying to get them on track and give them some experience. But I'm still here, and I really appreciate every opportunity I have to be a part of the racing community because it is such a great community.
And I am correct, Am. You have raced here and won here in every class we've ever raced here, including vintage and dwarfs, and during the regular season, Hornets, mini stocks, street stocks, and midgets, just not a late model, right?
I've never been in a late model.
We got to make that happen.
I would love it. I'm sure I could do it.
It's like the baseball player that plays all 9 positions, right? We got to make that happen one day. Murray, always great to see you, and we'll see you out here next Saturday. You know we got a race next Saturday now, right, on the 19th?
Yeah, I'm going to bring the 55 out here.
All right, Murray, thanks for stopping by, my friend, and thanks for the kind words.
Awesome, of course.
Thanks, buddy. Who's ready for these guys? The sprint cars, the super modifieds, and the roadsters from the 70s, 80s, and the 90s. Yes, folks, this is Jack 97.3 FM, Portland, Maine's best rock. The hits from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and beyond. Welcome this afternoon, Shock Jock Radio. The Vintage Racers. Okay, folks, here we go. Oh, we got a spin over in turn 2 already. Spin over in turn 2 already. And over there in turn number 2. The last time the car was here, it was number 14. Now it's the number 93. The 1980 Jim Belfiore built 360 powered car. Offset super modified. The driver, 61 years old, from Langley, Johnny White. Younger brother of the legend, Marty White. Car number 65. What another gorgeous racing machine. The 1979 former USAC champ car built by Roger Beck. 383 cubic inch engine. His older brother, the late Reg Kennedy, the driver from Coquitlam, 62 years of age, Jeff Kennedy. And Jeff wants to give a big shout out to all his great sponsors: Valley Countertops, Silestone by Cosentino, Dominion Lending Centers, Lordco Auto Parts that seem to sponsor virtually every form of motorsports in Western Canada, Inland Kenworth, and hello to the great Jerry Day that was here with us last year watching in Renton, Washington tonight. What a thrill it was to have Jerry here with us a year ago. Jeff Kennedy in the 65 car. Car number 15. It's a 1985 Gambler chassis. 360 engine underneath the hood. 68 years old. From Caramias, BC, where it was like 39 Celsius, 129 Fahrenheit or something like that today. Pat Lawrence. Pat Lawrence. How many of you have been to Caramias on your way up the Hope Princeton? Come on now, stop there for some peaches. Actually, you know what? I actually prefer the nectarine over the peach. I'm not the only one, am I? Yeah, you just don't have the fuzzy stuff to deal with the nectarine. Smooth and silky nectarine. Oh, I love the summer fruit. Watermelons, cantaloupes, nectarines. Pat Lawrence. How about it for these guys, folks? Let's hear you out there. Been a little quiet, That's more like it. Jeff Kennedy, Pat Lawrence, Johnny White, and the 21 car out of Vernon, 75-year-old John Wills. In the 1993 Belfiore offset. Kennedy and Lawrence side by side up front. It's Pat Lawrence to the lead in the 15 car. John Wills now in the second. Kennedy is third, ahead of White. Oh no, careful guys, be careful as Wills spins in turn number 2. Again, a little too close for comfort. So again, you know, there are just so many, and I tell you a lot of them, but it's impossible to tell you all of them. So many stories in such a wide variety of cars that we have here this weekend in all 3 classes, and the variety of the drivers as well. Here in this race, the cars, we got 2 sprint cars, but we have 2 offset super modifieds as well. The 93 with the traditional square tail tank, and the 22, they put the sprint car tail tank over it. Traditionally, that looked very similar to the 93, both built by the legend Jim Belfiore. It was originally from New York, then moved to California, and spent the latter part of his life in Las Vegas, building these wild and crazy offset super modifieds. So then the drivers in this race, Lawrence, Kennedy, White, and Wills. All 4 of the drivers out there right now have famous brothers that are just so accomplished in our great sport, and none of these four have been doing this really all that long. You know, of course, Bill Lawrence, Pat's brother, he'll be out in the next heat race in the number 9 car. Jeff Kennedy, who mentioned his older brother, the late Reg Kennedy, who had so much success in stock cars in the Northwest States and Western Canada back in the day. He's in the 65. Then you've got Johnny White in the 93, younger brother of Marty White, and the former 3-time Langley Speedway champion, and a former camera champ, and one of the great super modified drivers in history on the West Coast, winning races all up and down the West Coast with USAC, NSRA, and camera over the years. And John Wills, the brother of Bob Wills, used to race with camera. Oh, how sweet. You know, folks, it's not just the sights on racing. It's the sights and the sounds. And I'm just going to let you listen right now to the rumble and the roar of 2 sprint cars and 2 offset super modifieds. Listen to this. Side by side for the lead. Lead change. 75-year-old John Wills, your new race leader. Pat Lawrence running second. Jeff Kennedy third, and Johnny White in fourth. "75 years old, and he's leading this race. You kidding me?" But Pat Lawrence, he is, you know what he's doing? He's knocking on the door like a kid at Halloween time, looking for those M&Ms, peanuts. We're playing the peanut butter cups. Pat Lawrence knocking on the door, running second behind Wills. Kennedy and White, third and fourth. As the laps wind down. Working lap number 9, which means white flag next time. Here it is, 1 lap to go for the 21. Wills wins. Wills wins. Wills wins. Pat Lawrence second. Jeff Kennedy third. And Johnny White. Race fans, 75 years young out of Vernon. Give it up for John Wills. As I said, so many stories between these great drivers and these great cars. And you know what John Wills, you know what his pit crew consists of here this weekend in these hot temperatures? His wife. End of story. That's it. John and his wife, just the two of them. So he picks up the victory in the 21 cars. We said that car formerly owned and driven by Jeff Cook out of Spokane, Washington, and we know Jeff watching tonight from Spokane. 93 Belfiore chassis, a 388 cubic inch power plant. Again, race fans, 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic is brought to you by Brian's Auto Glass in Abbotsford, by Tron Fabrication of Langley, by former Agassiz Speedway photographer Leslie McKellar, and Bob up in beautiful Peachland, relocating from Cloverdale last year. We miss you guys. Miss you a lot. The Willisons, hi to you. $50 for fast time tonight in the vintage and tomorrow night as well. That equals $100. By Speed Mart, by Joe's Racing Products, by our friends at Harding Motorsports Supply, Patty Bennett, Chris Timer, Sean Holbert, and Vancouver Giants Hockey, all bringing you the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. We got more in store coming up. And here they come. Car number 9 blew up the engine here last night. It is number 11 car. Got this car shipped down from Kelowna today so he could help put on a show for us. The former Langley Speedway modified stock star, then went on to race for the NASCAR Northwest Tour. Originally from Aldergrove, now living in Kelowna, the great Bill Lawrence. Bill Lawrence, car number 9. 83, again, winning both nights here 1 year ago. Your dash winner earlier tonight for the 2-time Deming Speedway 1200 champion out of Langley, Tyson Cross, Mandy. That's Tyson Cross. Tyson-Cross. Mandy, I don't think I've had any Seinfeld references yet tonight, but hey, it's a long weekend. It's a long weekend. Tyson, of course, in the 83. Number 92. Your second quick qualifier tonight, and the former track record holder. Out of Abbotsford, the Flying Dutchman, Dean Warmerdam in the 92. So we harken back to Fred Brownfield in the 92 car. Oh my goodness. Warmerdam with Ray Carter, the legend Ray Carter, Ron Me Show. Ray turning the wrenches on the 92 and the 9, and as we told you earlier, many laps here in a late model stock car for the former Westcar late model champion. Second time here in a sprint car. The winner in Penticton just 2 weeks ago from beautiful Colleton, British Columbia, Canada. That is Matt Stevenson. That's your lineup. And we are green, green, green. Wheel to wheel, open wheel excitement here at the Agassiz Speedway on a Friday night in the East Fraser Valley, just the second Friday race in the 50-year history of this facility. Last year, for the first time right here, right now, Tyson Cross completing lap number 2 with that engine that they had a little trouble with last night, but every hot lap session it got faster and faster, and it is hooked up and hauling the mail here this evening. Cross, Stevenson, Lawrence, and Warmerdam. 4 sprint cars from the 80s and 90s. Going at it. So we're coming up on halfway. If Tyson Cross had a rear view mirror, it would be full of 9N. Stevenson now right there. We got a good race for the lead. We got a good race for third. 6 complete, 4 to go. As we say, one thing to catch them, it's another thing to pass them, especially on the tight quarter mile. Langley leading Kaleden, Cross, Stevenson, Warmerdam and Lawrence. Eight complete, 2 to go. It's drive it like you stole it time for Cross and Stevenson. Here they come, and here comes the white flag. 1 to go. Does Stevenson have anything up his sleeve as they work their way off of 2 down the backstretch? Final turn, final time for the second time tonight. Cross wins. Stevenson second. Warmerdam and Lawrence. Race fans, as we said, he's won on the dirt at Skagit. He's a 2-time champion on the dirt at Deming. He's also raced sprint cars on the pavement with the NSRA, the second generation driver, as mentioned earlier, picking right up where he left off here last year when he won both Friday night and Saturday night. Your winner, driving the same number that his dad raced for so many years from Langley, my good friend Tyson Cross. Let him hear you. Cross in the Bob Wills Motorsports, Jeff Kennedy Racing, Amsoil, Maple Ridge Motorsport, Rick Bitts, Speedmart, Harding Forklift, Fortin's Engines, 1990, Schnee chassis. Again, if you're scoring with us, that'll be an S. Mandy, listen. SCHNEE. A Schnee. A chassis. And if you can believe it, all I'm drinking is Red Bull and Mountain Dew mixed together. Wound up like a frickin' top. Kidding me? I must be out of my mind. It is quite the combination. I don't drink coffee, never have. Don't like the hot drinks, like to drink. Okay, forget it. I'm not talking for 30 seconds. Here we go. Five, four, three, two, one. And with my footlong sub at Subway today, I had 2 large Mr. Pibb extras. Not regular Mr. Pibb. Highest caffeine content of any soft drink. It's close between that and Mountain Dew. Are we having fun yet? Mandy, you know, because Tyson and I, we had a lot of phone calls over the last month. We didn't know whether to even have this race this weekend. We didn't know. We didn't know if there'd be enough interest from drivers or crews or officials or fans. And we just thought, you know what, there's too much negative news in the world right now. We need to get together and have some fun amidst it all. And again, we know a lot of people can't be with us here, but hopefully they're watching. And we're just keeping the tradition going. We'll be back next year. We better be back next year under normal circumstances, or we got real big problems. If you think things are crazy now in the world. But no, we'll be back next year with everyone here together, not split into 2 sessions, an afternoon and an evening session, and with limited numbers in the pits and the grandstand. But again, thanks to all of you for making this happen. So Karen, what's next? I don't think we should do any more heat races. I think that's enough heats. So again, fans, time for us to take a break. Thanks so much for being here in person. And if you're watching online, you're watching exclusive live coverage of this opening day of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. We are live from the Agassiz Speedway in Agassiz, British Columbia. If you've never been here before, if you don't have an atlas handy, we're about an hour and a half east of Vancouver, BC, in the beautiful East Fraser Valley. We'll be back with main event action in about 10 minutes. Mandy, I'm sorry I lied to you. I try to tell the truth. I really try to be a good person and not to, I stretch the truth once in a while, but that's not lying. But I lied. I told you main event action was coming up in 10 minutes. It was about 2 minutes, and we got a couple more heat races. Okay, and then the main events. Mighty Midgets, as they get the 1 to go signal. 88, not Darcy, not Reg, Riley Valiant, not Ray, Ron Jones, and not Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers. It's Brady Rodgers. And hey, look who's decided to join us. Quick Rick McKinney. Midgets, Agassiz, Friday. Couple more heat races. Then the 30-lap main events. I promise you. I promise. How about it for your winner, Bun Jones? Sean Holbert, thank you for the update. Shannon Babb, the winner in the Dirt Late Models at Eldora tonight. They'll race for 50 grand tomorrow. Ricky Weiss, 14th tonight. 77, Jeremiah Franklin Langley. 9S, Tom Sawyer Lind. Abbotsford, 19th, Supermat, Matt Glenn. Abbotsford, 15, Aaron Fell, Abbotsford. Troy Globe, formerly Abbotsford, now Agassiz. And after all the build-up and all the hype, they get the one-to-go signal. So, like Tony Bachhofen says, at the Knoxville Raceway in Knoxville, Iowa, we re-rack and restack. Mandy, re-rack them, restack them. We try again. Boogity. No, I'm not. I never really liked that. Darrell Waltrip saying never. I know he did it a lot. I know it was kind of popular, but I just wasn't a big fan. Nonetheless, it does mean the race is underway. Franklin, Lind, Fell. Globe. Got the 11 car tuned up again. One lap away from halfway. 5 complete now. This is a good race. Don't kid yourself. Franklin, Globe, Glenn, Fell, Lind. Look at this. All 5 so close. High drama, I say, in this one. Oh, contact between Globe and Glenn. Somehow, elbows up, they gather them back together. As we work lap 8, Globe slowing again in the 11. 2 laps to go. Be careful, guys. Don't forget, we got a 30-lap main event and more racing tomorrow. Troy Globe again off the pace. White flag. Down the back straightaway into 3.5 and 4. His first Agassiz win in over 5 years. Welcome home, Jeremiah Franklin. Matt Glenn, Aaron Fell, Tom Sawyer, and worldwide race fans. This, like I said, there's just a million stories. This is another good one. This guy used to race here a lot. 2-time mini stock champ, used to race here in the midgets. Hasn't raced here now in over 5 years. He races mostly on the dirt with the Northwest Focus midgets. This car had never raced on pavement before tonight. And he just put on a show for you. The 39-year-old of Langley, give it up for Jeremiah Franklin. Jeremiah, nice job, my friend, in the Chilliwack Ford Reg Valiant Racing, Dolly's Tees Incorporated, Terry Kershaw Performance Beast. Jeremiah wins in his return to Agassiz. His 16-year-old son, Levi, scheduled to race the car tomorrow. Now, Levi, if Dad keeps racing like this the rest of the night, you might have a tough time getting him out of the driver's seat tomorrow. And those guys, Jeremiah, Levi, I think they had Ray Jones along for the ride. We're up in Edmonton at the Castrol Raceway last weekend. Of course, regularly every Friday night down at Deming, but can't go down there these days, so we'll just take the little trip to Edmonton instead. Just a little bit further than Deming from their home in Langley. How about it again for Jeremiah? Nice job, buddy. Jeremiah Franklin wins it over Matt Glenn, who finished second here last year, behind Troy Globe, Fell, Lind, and Globe. And of course, Brian and Troy and the crew will be working feverishly on the 11 car to figure out what's going on underneath the hood. You know, when he sounded okay, I thought, hot lapping, but when he came out to qualify, it just didn't sound right. As I say, these are four-cylinder Ford Focus engines. Sounded like he was running on 3. And it's been kind of hit and miss since then. Grant McDonald chiming in on the live chat. Says he finally figured out how to do the live chat. Hey, Grant, join the club, my friend. Tough keeping up with all this modern technology.
So 2 races left, right? Vintage next.
Again, race fans, we remind all of you that we are right back here tomorrow. Same 3 classes, same schedule as today. Afternoon, dwarf cars. Pits open at 1:30. Hot lapping between 2 and 3. Qualifying at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for the dwarf cars. We are scheduled to have approximately 16 of them. 3 more joining us that couldn't be with us here today. Qualifying at 3 o'clock, racing at 3:30 for the dwarf cars, and then back here tomorrow night, just like tonight, midgets and vintage racers. Pits open at 5:30, hot lapping from 6 to 7. Qualifying at 7, racing at 7:30 tomorrow. And we will be racing, just confirmed earlier today, actually. We will be back racing here next Saturday night, September the 19th. Again, an afternoon session and an evening session. Street stocks, mini stocks, Hornets, and midgets next Saturday, September the 19th. As we look like we're going to finish up strong here this year. Agassiz Speedway and Penticton Speedway, without question, the 2 tracks racing the most in British Columbia this summer. Up until last Sunday night's Canada 200, there had not been one single race on Vancouver Island yet this year at Western Speedway or Saratoga. Prince George, they canceled their whole year, right, basically from the get-go in this whole mess back in March or April. Same thing for Quesnel and Williams Lake. I think they might have done a little bit up north on the dirt at the Taylor Speedway. Pemberton may have raced once. I know they haven't raced at Merritt at all this year. Hey, Sean, did they get in the NASCAR Xfinity race at Richmond tonight? Bad weather back there. Cup Series tomorrow night, race number 2 of the chase. So again, folks, we are going to take a break now. We have two things left to do. The 30-lap main events for the Vintage Racers and the Mighty Midgets coming up next as we wrap up day number 1 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Sr. Open Wheel Classic. So glad you could join us. Stay with us. Main events coming up shortly. Hey, Grant, do you know who won? Xfinity apparently got it. They got it in Richmond, Virginia. Our second of 3 main events here today, our first of 2. Here tonight is my younger brother Rob. Heads up to the flag stand to join Daryl. He will wave the green flag, Mandy. My brother will wave the green flag to start this race tonight. And if he does a good job, he just might do it again tomorrow night. We'll all give him our critique afterwards to see if he has the style and the professionalism, etc. He's done it the last couple of years. My nephew, Rob's son, Clayton, did it 1 year. Here they come. The cars and stars of the West Coast Vintage Racers. Again, not an officially sanctioned event this year, but they are a sight to behold. And here they come, led by the number 21 car, the 75-year-old from Vernon. He winner earlier tonight, John Wills. Car number 15, the 68-year-old, now living in Karameas, Pat Lawrence in the 15. His brother will join us shortly. Getting pushed off right now on the backstretch, the gorgeous number 92 car. Second here last year behind Tyson Cross on Saturday night. Out of Abbotsford, here he is, Dean Warmerdam, the 92. Then the number 9 car. Last night, as we said, practicing in the number 11. He was flying around the speedway and then blew it up. We thought he was done for the weekend. Somehow he got this car here from Kelowna to Agassiz here today to help put on a show for us. The former star at Langley Speedway in the modified sportsman class. Then, as we said, moving on to the NASCAR Northwest Tour. Originally from Aldergrove, now living in Kelowna, Bill Lawrence. So it's Bill in the 9, brother Pat in the 15. The 83, as we said, campaigning the same number his dad did for so many years. Already 2 wins here tonight, winning here last year on Friday night, winning here last year on Saturday night. The 46-year-old from Langley, Tyson Cross. Coming out of the track right now, his first race this year in the gorgeous 65 car. "62 years young, out of Coquitlam, Jeff Kennedy." Coming onto the track right now, one of the wildest and craziest racing machines you're ever going to see. As we said, this car used to be driven by 2 of the all-time greats, Davey Hamilton, Kenny Hamilton. It was pink. It was known as the Pink Lady. So many wins, so many championships. The driver from Langley, 61-year-old Johnny White. And lining up at the back in the 9N car. Your fast qualifier tonight, the winner in Penticton 2 weeks ago, the former West Car champion out of Cleveland, Matt Stevenson, 9N. As they all are able to answer the call. Again, folks, just listen. as they get a few warm-up laps. Again, we give them a few warm-up laps before we turn them loose for real here tonight. As Daryl passes the green flag to my brother Rob, younger brother Rob. All right, race fans, whether you're here live in attendance or watch it on the Agassiz YouTube channel, you know what time it is? Time for everybody to get up on your feet. Everybody up on your feet. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, night number 1 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. This is your vintage main event. Let them hear you, Agassiz. Traffic lights are turned off as they get the 1 to go signal. 30 laps, the scheduled distance. Time to batten down the hatches. Somebody quickly lock the door. Things are going to get wild. Rob Rannard waves the green flag. We're underway. Good job, Rob. You're coming back tomorrow. And we are officially racing on a Friday night. Tyson Cross, John Wills, Matt Stevenson. Stevenson now second. Just like they were in that exciting, thrilling race earlier tonight. Cross leading Stevenson. Both former winners here. Both winners in Penticton with this series earlier this year. They run 1-2. Langley leading Colleton. Warmer Dam not far back in third. Wills and Bill Lawrence early in this one, working lap number 5 of 30. Oh, baby, these top 3 are flying around the Agassiz Speedway here tonight. Traffic soon to be a factor. Still Cross by 2-3 car lengths over Stevenson. Down the backstretch, again Warmer Dam lurking in the number 3 spot. Wills and Bill Lawrence. Already 8 laps complete in under 2 minutes. Are you kidding me? It's true, says Kurt Engel. It's true. Hooked up and hauling around this tight quarter mile where they're going downhill on the front straightaway. Carry so much momentum into that first turn, and then uphill, not quite as noticeably as they are now, very, very clearly downhill on the front stretch. We're already a third of the way there, 10 laps complete. Stevenson looking to the outside, nothing there. He tries to maneuver around the 83 of Cross. Again, a little bit of traffic coming up for the leaders. Warmerdam still running third. Wills, Lawrence, that's Bill. Then it's Patrick, Lawrence, Jeff Kennedy, and Johnny White. Again, it's not quite Monday morning rush hour traffic on the Port Man or the Patello, but there is traffic for both Cross and Stevenson to negotiate. We're one lap away from halfway. Warmerdam not getting through the traffic quite as quickly as Cross and Stevenson. It's a two-car breakaway now from the rest of the field. Oh, so close. Separated by mere inches are the 83 Inland on End. 16 in the books, 14 to go. Is Stevenson giving it everything right now, or is he waiting for an opportunity in some more upcoming traffic? We'll soon find out. Or maybe you wait till the final 5 or 10 laps to try and make your move. Here they come off of 4. This is the way they finished here on the Friday 1 year ago. It was Cross over Stevenson. That's the way they run now with 19 in the books and 11 to go. Again, the leader, he has to make the decision. Which way do you go? Around the lap cars. Cross. Oh, as they go 3 wide on the backstretch. Are you kidding me? Oh, Cross with a great move. Underneath 3 cars. That may be your TSN turning point right there. As Cross clears them all in one fell swoop. But Stevenson still right there with 8 to go. It's going to be an old-fashioned shootout on a Friday night here in Agassiz. Between your top 2, 7 laps to go. I know it's tempting. I know it's tempting to take your eyes off the leaders, but you can't right now, this late in this one, with the top 2 running mere inches apart. As I said, race fans, this is the way they finished last year on Friday night. Cross would love a repeat performance. Stevenson, of course, has other ideas with 5 laps remaining. Stevenson throwing everything but the kitchen sink at the 83. Again, he looks to the high side. Cross says no with 4 to go. One more lap car is all the leaders should have to deal with 3 to go. One wrong move by Cross, Stevenson will pounce. 2 to go. White flag next time. Cross and Stevenson nicely under white. Here they come. 1 lap to go. Both low through 1 and 2. Down the backstretch for the final time. Does Stevenson have anything for Cross? Again, he'll look to the high side of up before. It won't be enough. Same as last year on the Friday night. Cross wins over Stevenson. Warmerdam, great run for 3rd. Bill Lawrence, John Wills, Patrick Lawrence, Johnny White, and Jeff Kennedy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here live or watching on YouTube, 30 laps non-stop in 6 minutes and 57 seconds. Let's hear it for all those guys. That, my friends, is some great racing right there. And you know, I don't care where you travel around the racing world. It doesn't matter if it's dirt or pavement, sprint cars, stock cars. When you got two guys racing that close together for that many laps, it doesn't get much better than that. Race fans, don't know if you could hear me over the roar of the engines. It's deja vu, Mandy. Deja vu all over again. Tyson Cross over Matt Stevenson for the second year in a row on the Friday night. Tyson Cross has won 3 straight at Agassiz. We'll do all the trophies at the end. Trophies for the top 3. So congratulations again, Tyson, Matt, and Dean Warmerdam. 3rd place. We'll have trophies and interviews for those 3 guys at the end of the night. In the meantime, and in between time, Elliot, remember Stampede Wrestling on Saturday afternoons? Ed Whalen. In the meantime and in between time, that's it. Another edition of Stampede Wrestling. Bye now. Elliot, 3 more dwarf cars tomorrow. We're going to have like 16 of them here. Don't miss it, folks. I know you won't. The Tyson Cross fan club here tonight. Ecstatic. The ones that couldn't be here, Mandy, I'm sure they were watching. Mom and grandma and nieces and nephews. Midgets coming up, 10 cars scheduled for 30. And again, as we said, that's just tremendous action, Rich, when you can go nonstop for 30 laps. Don't you wish they were all like that? Midgets are coming up. It'll be the 88 out of Langley, the 3rd generation driver Riley Valiant, the 77 Langley Jeremiah Franklin, the 37 Delta Rick McKinney, the 38 Agassiz Al Stanley, the 03 Chilliwack Brady Rogers, the 9S Abbotsford Sawyer Lind, the 15 Abbotsford's Aaron Fell. Mom and Dad, I know, still watching. Maybe they're back at the beach condo now. A little late to be on the beach. Aaron Fell, 15. Second year last year, Super Matt Glenn, the 19. And Troy Globe, the 11. Do they have the problem rectified, fixed? Do they have it? You know, that car is so fast, even if they don't have it perfect. Even that red and white 11 car, even at, say, 80 or 90% is stellar here. We'll soon find out. He'll start at the back as your fast qualifier. Like Tyson Cross, trying to keep his Agassiz win streak alive. Globe in the 11. Unfortunately, Valiant and Stanley have scratched. It'll be 8 cars. Again, 30 laps. Green flag in our final race of the night. Engine still doesn't sound right on the 11. Ron Jones leads lap 1. All 7s up front. 7 leading 77. Jones ahead of Franklin. Still early. So 7 leading 77 and 37. I wish I was at the casino right now. Ron Jones, Jeremiah Franklin, running 1-2. Good race for third right now. 37 McKinney, 9S Lind, Glenn, Globe, Fell, Rogers. Five complete, 25 to go. Globe is now 4th after starting 8th. Again, it might not be 100%, but he's still fast. Globe 4th, 6-7 car lengths behind 3rd place Lind as they chase the 7 of Jones. 77 Jeremiah Franklin. One-third of the way through this one. 10 complete. 20 to go. Still Jones. Still Franklin. Lind, 3rd. Globe is 4th. Don't look now. Ron Fell. Aaron is up to 5th. Your top 5 separated by only 7 or 8 car lengths right now. Ahead of Glenn, Rogers, and McKinney. As we work our way towards halfway. The veteran of the dirt, of the pavement, sprint cars and midgets, Ron Jones, 61 years young, out of Surrey, setting a wicked pace. Next time we'll be halfway. Jeremiah Franklin, first time this car's ever been on the pavement. His first race here in over 5 years for the 2-time mini stock champ here. Just doing an outstanding job running 2nd. So he said his young 16-year-old son Levi is scheduled to start in this car here tomorrow. But what a job by Jeremiah tonight. Sarah Lind, again in a dirt car, holding on to 3rd. We know lots of our friends all over the racing world watching this one. As Lind makes a move to the outside on Jones. Again, your top 5. Toss a blanket over them. Oh my goodness, what a race this is. Globe now 3rd. Again, Troy Globe, unbelievably, has won 10 of the last 11 midget races here at Agassiz. Can he make it 11 out of 12? It won't be easy. As we work lap number 19. Sawyer Lind, the former Agassiz champ, but that was in a different car. This is a dirt car that is much tougher to maneuver around the pavement than the pavement-specific ones. 10 laps to go. What a feather in the cap this would be of Sawyer Lind, who has won here before, but not in this car. A great race for second. Ron Jones and Troy Globe side by side. Globe now into second with 9 to go. Like a fisherman on the Fraser River. Hey, it was nice out there today. He's going to try and reel in Sawyer Lynn now. I repeat, like a fisherman on the Fraser, Globe is going to try and reel in Sawyer Lynn. Or if you're watching down at Deming, you're out on the Nooksack today, out there behind the Lemley Ranch. 7 laps to go. Can Troy Globe catch and pass Sawyer Lind? That's the question. Lind with 5 car lengths over Globe. Then it's 10 or 12 back to third place. Jones over Fell and Franklin. Still a huge tip of the cap to Jeremiah Franklin here tonight. 5 to go. Globe inching closer every lap. High drama here late in this one. Lind and Globe get around McKinney. It'll be an open track the rest of the way. No traffic. 27 complete. 3 laps remaining. The youngsters, both originally from Abbotsford, setting a wicked pace. Sawyer still living in Abbotsford. Troy now living in Agassiz. Down the back straightaway, it'll be white flag this time. Drive it like you stole it time for both of them. White flag, 1 to go. Can Lynn hold on? That's the question. Through 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, he's increasing the advantage over Globe. Into 3 and off of 4. Huge, huge win for Sawyer Lind over Troy Globe. Ron Jones, Matt Glenn, Aaron Fell, Brady Rogers, McKinney, and Franklin. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we go back to back in both main events almost identically, under 7 minutes, non-stop. Let's hear it for all the midget guys tonight. Well, we've been around this game a time or two. We don't see many go non-stop, 30 laps, no yellows, no reds, and the time's almost identical. It's like getting 2 holes in 1 in a golf game. Race fans, your winner. Welcome back to Victory Lane at Agassiz. Sawyer Lind. And the first one there is dear old Dad. All right, we need top 3 gentlemen. We need Sawyer Lind. We need Troy Globe. And we need Tyson Cross, Matt Stevenson, and Dean Warmerdam. There he is, Sawyer Lind. Folks, we have trophies and interviews for the top 3. We'll head trackside right now. All the pomp and pageantry, all the photos. Jim Olson, Terry, finish line photos, and all the photos in the winner's circle. And this, folks, this is something, because Sawyer is on Tyson's pit crew. So this is not only victory, this is doubling up for both these guys, and we'll chat with them here shortly.
Yeah, they were good 2 races. No, they were pretty good. They did. I think this one was Peter Henry to help us.
Where's Rico? Where's Rico Abro here? We need him in a midget and a dwarf car this weekend. Okay, again, we know a lot of you tuned in here. First one, we're going to talk to Tyson Cross. Tyson, you swept both nights here last year. You went into here tonight. You and the crew have gone through a lot this week. Did you think you could be standing here on the Friday night after everything that you guys went through? Tell us about it this past week.
Well, I was hoping we could be standing here because they're working. These guys bust their asses all week. We had a little issue with the motor. I'd really like to thank Jeff Kennedy for, first of all, lending us, sponsoring us this motor, and then rebuilding it this last week. And we got it yesterday at 1:30, and we got it in, and we got a couple laps last night, and it's running really stout. But these guys, you know, it's really cool to have Sawyer win because he's been busting it, and Dale actually started with us last year about this time, and he has been to 6 races. All 6 races we've won. And it's the only 6 races he's been, and he's starting to wear a bulletproof vest over there. But my dad, it's always awesome to have him here. And Murray is, he takes care of us really, really well. Steve Van Meel gave us a hand. Ray Jones gave us a hand, and like I say, Jeff Kennedy. I'd really like to thank our sponsors, Aaron from Amsoil, I believe he's here, and Speed Mart and Maple Ridge Motorsports, and Pete Harding for allowing me to do this. This is only our third race due to this COVID crap, but it feels good to get out here and win again.
3 in a row here at Agassiz. This is a difficult track for a lot of drivers. What's the secret? Or can you tell us? Maybe you'll tell us tomorrow night.
I don't know. It's this old car that Bob Wills has provided us gets around pretty good. I don't really have a whole lot to make changes with. This is the same springs, shocks, everything that we've run at every race that we've been to. We just played with tires and stuff a little bit. Matt was there. I could feel him through the whole race, and I just knew I needed to be flawless when it came through to getting through traffic, because that was going to be his opportunity. And I really my hat's off to him and Dean as well, because it's a really class act group of people to race with, and I know that I can race with them hard, but comfortable and not going to crash each other.
Well, we said it a lot tonight. Due to obvious reasons, we don't have the quantity of cars, but we sure have the quality. That was just so much fun to watch you guys race. And hey, why don't we do it all over again tomorrow, huh?
That works for me.
All right, race fans. Tyson Cross, your winner, and we'll see you tomorrow, my friend.
You bet. Thank you, Fred, for putting this on.
All right. And we'll run over here to second place. Matt Stevenson, as we said, Tyson first, Matt second for the second year in a row on Friday night. Matt, as we say in racing, it's one thing to catch him, it's another thing to pass him, especially on the bull rings. Did you think you had a shot?
My only, Tyson alluded to this, my biggest shot tonight was in traffic, and it worked in his favor, not in ours, but we brought a great piece here, and I have to thank Bob Wills for the opportunity, letting me drive this car and making sure I had one to make the races this year was pretty awesome. So, my hat's off to him and big thank you. And Tyson Cross, he's flawless. Short of touching him and making a move, that would be the only way, and we try not to do that. So.
As we said, nonstop 30 laps in under 7 minutes. So much fun to watch you guys race, and see you tomorrow, Matt.
You bet.
Congratulations. Dean Warmerdam, the always gorgeous 92 Ray Carter prepared machine. Dean, you weren't too far back behind those two guys. Tell us about your vantage point for the 30 laps. That must have been fun.
It was fun watching them. I got held up behind a couple lap cars and played it safe and tried to catch up, but just couldn't do it. There just wasn't enough lead in the tank. So.
Any kind of different strategy, different setup you and Ray can try for tomorrow?
No, the car wasn't too bad. It was close, but I think one more little adjustment and we'll be right there.
And again, unlike Tyson and Matt, you haven't been in this game for very long. Tell us about that and how big a help Ray Carter's been.
Just completely instrumental. So this is the start of our 4th season. Never driven a race car before, and we've had a lot of fun.
Any other sponsor thank yous?
Bob Wills Racing. He supplies us with a bunch of stuff. VWR, and of course Ray has taught me. I couldn't race for 20 years and learn what I learned the first year. So.
Tremendous run. This car always looks so good, always goes so fast. And Dean, thanks to you and Tyson as well for helping get these great cars out here at Agassiz again this year. We appreciate it, and we'll see you tomorrow, my friend.
Well, and I want to thank you for making this go through this year. It was great. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be here.
Dean Warmerdam in the number 3 spot. All right, midget guys, we need a top 3 photo. Ronnie, come on over. Troy is here. And we'll get the interviews momentarily. Nice job, Ron. And Troy, Sawyer, come on over, bud. All right, Sawyer, first of all, my friend, welcome back to the Agassiz Winner's Circle. Former champion, former winner here, but not in a dirt car. How tough is that?
It was a lot of work. Feels good to be back here. There's a bit of a disadvantage with the different style chassis, but we got lucky and Troy had some issues and we made that work for us, so.
Last few laps, you knew he was there. He's just been so dominant, winning 10 of the last 11 races here at Agassiz. What were you thinking, knowing he was there?
Feel good to break his streak. Yeah, no, I was kind of surprised, thinking this is working out too well. Normally we have issues every time we come here, but everything kind of fell into place. Doug Roots helped us out with our fuel issues this morning, so huge thanks to him. Yeah, just worked out well for us.
And as we said, you help out Tyson so much on his car. So this is like icing on the cake here tonight with both of you in the winner's circle, huh?
Yeah, feels like we came out here and got wins in one night, but we worked pretty hard getting the motor into that car. Had it out last week, back in 2 nights ago, something like that, and came out, and here we are, both of us in the winner's circle.
Anyone else you want to thank, Sawyer?
My dad, and don't have any for this year because we weren't racing at all, but yeah, no, just everyone that's helped out, like I said, Roots and my dad and everyone else.
Non-stop in like 7 minutes, that's a lot of fun, huh?
It's tiring. Don't get a break, you just kind of have to tough through it, but I shouldn't complain. I got power steering when I got the championship. I had manual steering, so.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
I can hear all the dirt guys and gals down south cheering for you right now because you won one for them. Troy Globe, we've talked a lot over the years here in the winner's circle. As we said, now you're 10 out of 12 here. You said you were running on 3 cylinders most of the night.
Yeah, we right from the get we were having issues. Even when coming up to qualifying, you start dropping holes, drop 1, drop 2, and we struggle. We started purging the system, trying to find out where this thing's coming from. But yeah, we still haven't found it, obviously. So we're gonna go back to the drawing board, go through the whole fuel system tonight and tomorrow morning, and come back and take another swing at it.
So starting at the back with the car the way it was, did you think you could win it?
Absolutely not. I'm surprised that we even finished. I just thought, I'll put my foot in it and see where everything lines up, see where the dust settles, right?
Well, I'll tell you something. Made it exciting. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think we definitely gave some of those dirt guys a good handicap tonight. So, I'm glad to see Sawyer come out and, go home with some gold here and, get his confidence up with that dirt car because I know he's definitely at a disadvantage, coming to asphalt and coming to play. So we're just all happy that we can get a good car count and have some fun.
Who else do you want to thank?
Our shop, Brian's Glass, Hub Fire Engines. I want to thank everybody involved in making this event happen. All the shops that are involved, getting the new ambulance out here tonight. All small engine repair, RPM alignment, all transmission. So yeah, everybody that had a hand in to make this event happen and make our car here happen tonight. Thank you very much.
Most cars we've had in the midgets in a couple of years. That's nice to see, and a nice shirt you're wearing.
Oh yeah, I put it on for you this morning.
See you tomorrow, Troy.
Thanks, Fred.
Right, Troy Glow, the winner here last year. Ron Jones, a great run. You ran well here last year as well. A great run tonight, coming home third. Nice job, man.
Thanks. It's been a long day. We had a lot of problems to start with, so it was good to finally get the car kind of close. I'd like to thank Pete Harding and Harding Forklift. He gives me a job and gets me out here. I'd like to thank Sidewinder and Debbie and Melissa for always here for me, and everybody that showed up. Sure.
And like the guys have already said, 30 laps nonstop. That's not easy.
Yeah, especially having a lot of races this year. It's only had 2. Usually we're up to like our 10th race, and we're getting used to it. This is kind of, I'm not getting any younger.
Back tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Fred. Thanks, Fred. We'll see you later.
Nice job, Ron. Congratulations. All right. Congratulations to all the winners, all the top 3 here tonight. And again, folks, don't forget, we do it all again tomorrow. Dwarf cars tomorrow afternoon. Pits open at 1:30. Hot lapping between 2 and 3. We'll qualify at 3 o'clock. Race at 3:30 for the dwarf cars tomorrow. Sprint, vintage sprint cars, super modifieds, and the midgets tomorrow night. Again, same schedule as today, as we said. Pits open at 5:30. Hot laps between 6 and 7. Qualifying at 7. Racing around 7:30. Make plans to join us here in person or on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. Congratulations again to all the winners, all the top three, and everyone here tonight. A tremendous first night to the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. On behalf of everybody at the Agassiz Speedway, I'm Fred Rannard Jr. saying good night. We'll see you tomorrow.